Yo, 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 what's good, YouTube? Welcome. And welcome back, Kick. We are still live on Kick, and we are now streaming on YouTube. Let's freaking go! So, sound off, chat, say what's up, say hi. And we will get started here in just a moment with content for you content-brained individuals. Alright, let's see. Hi, Smalls Kitten. Welcome in. Alien HD, Soul Life, good to see you guys over on the YouTube side. Smallest Kitten. Oh, there's a T there. Smallest Kitten. Smallest. So cute. Alright. Big content list today. We probably won't get through it all because I don't usually get through it all. But we can go over a rundown of what we're going to be discussing and in what order. So we're going to start with positive leftist news that came out 3 days ago. So sorry if you've already seen it, but I have not. Then we're going to take a look at some pieces from Caitlin Johnstone about the genocide. Then some pieces from Double Down News. A piece from Democracy Now. A piece... we might skip that. We've got Bassan from Gaza. A piece from the Electronic Intifada about famine officially declared and other headlines from... It's actually from last week, but we're gonna get caught up. Another piece from the Electronic Intifada. I was like, what's going on over there, Soul Life? You good? Need the commands? There's a link in Discord too, I think. Actually, I think I wrote out in Discord like pretty much all the commands and stuff, but for Botrix. Yeah, we're gonna talk about Palestine because, you know, I've been watching a little bit of what's been going on the YouTube side of things, and there is, hey Brandon, there is not enough discussion about what is the most pressing issue of our generation. So I think people need to reprioritize the crisis and focus on it more, as opposed to slop. Oh, you can't delete Nightbot, but you can delete Botrix? That's interesting. But, I mean, can I delete it? Yeah, I can. Let me see. No, you're a managing moderator, so you should be able to delete other moderators' comments. That's interesting. Okay. Anywho. Let's get it cracking, shall we? Oh, fuck. You guys gotta give me like 1 quick second. I'm so sorry. Quick break. Hold on. Appreciate your patience, y'all. So let's talk about the media complicity in the genocide, shall we? Since that was brought up in chat. Over on Kick, RFCC Radio Audio says, "Will excuse ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, and the rest for having people out there and having their stories delayed because dodging the bombs along with the Palestinians." Then says, "It's not like they can airlift reporters in and out of there every day." Israel, as a rule, as policy, does not allow foreign journalists in to the occupied territories. And all of those corporations that you named are paid by Zionists, like controlled influence from Zionist lobbying groups, corporations, big money interests that have a stake in supporting the ethnic cleansing of Palestinian people. The mainstream media provides cover for the ongoing genocide. However, what I was referring to before we went to break was independent YouTubers who choose to focus on things other than Palestine. I was not referring to the mainstream media. I was talking about other leftist creators who choose to focus on things other than Palestine. And I think that's a problem because I think that this is the most important issue. And I think conflating it with other conflicts that are going on, or focusing only on the ongoing pandemic, focusing only on electoral politics, is a moral failing when there's a genocide happening. That's what I was talking about. So, what up, Larry? Welcome in. We're doing politics today. Yeah. Also, we are fundraising as always for the PCRF. Also, everything on my merch store benefits the PCRF or other Palestinian charities. I haven't made any sales since I made that change, so I haven't decided exactly which charity it's going to. Probably the PCRF, but it might also go to UNRWA or another organization that is working towards the liberation of the Palestinian people. So feel free to check out anything at the merch store, and it will go to support Palestine. All the merch. On the website, it does say that's the solidarity line, which is like everything that's Palestine inspired, but I figured it would be too difficult to separate out the profits from like item per item. So I just decided to make it everything, but it doesn't say that on the website yet, so. Let's see. I don't know if you know, but Julia has a great raffle going on right now. You can contribute to Samir Project and maybe win a custom keffiyeh. I would love to get involved. Yeah. Yeah, if you can find a link, that would be dope. I'd love to share it with the rest of my community. We are multi-streaming today, so if you're watching on YouTube, we are also live on Kick. If you're watching on Kick, we're also live on YouTube, so there may be some cross-chatting going on, and that's what that's all about. Let's see. Looky Lou, the Truth of Life, says, "Thank you for speaking up for our people. So many in jail for a Palestine flag on their social media. You are awesome, Palestine." Thanks you. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate you. Link. Awesome. Let me open up a new tab for this. I'm also there's a like P90 chance that my software will crash at some point today, so watching on CensorTube. You can come over and join us on our Kick site. There's much less censorship there. Let me copy this and chat. I'm gonna drop this in chat for YouTube as well. Go check out this link. You can win a custom kafia. Hi, welcome back. I told you my software was gonna crash. I told you. Oh, that's not good. There we go. That's better. Alright. Yeah, so we should get into the content for everybody while we can, right? Because let's fucking go. Street Cat Love, what's good? Everybody check out Street Cat Love here and on their GitHub pages. Welcome back, Soul Life. Welcome in, Jacob. Chouch. John Ross, if you're still out there, welcome in. I don't think I properly greeted you. Everybody check out John Ross. Alright. Playlist does not exist. It does. It does though. Like with Jake, I'm sorry. I was like, I know I butchered it. I was like, that's not how you say that. Hey, Gray Area 247, thank you for the subscription over on YouTube. Thank you so much. Sorry, we've been having some technical difficulties. I need to, it's my own damn fault. It's because I disconnected my external hard drive, and then I've just been lazy and like not moving things over, so I'm like out of storage space, so like everything is crashing. I can't update shit, so you know. Anyway, we were talking about that link, that raffle link where you can enter a raffle and potentially win a free hand embroidered keffiyeh. Last month I was able, Jake shares on YouTube. Last month I was able to see a theatrical viewing from Ground Zero, a collection of shorts made by Gazans. That is so cool. That is awesome. Alright, where we at? We got some content for you folks. Let's do it. Let's do it. Enough dicking around. Am I right or am I right? I should probably give you some candy too there in the corner. I haven't done content in a while, so bear with me, everybody. Where's my stuff? Here we go. Oh, well, that will never do. Okay, we're gonna do it live. We're gonna do it live. Here's some stream maintenance happening. Fuck it, we'll do it live. Alright, I need this to be playing so I can get the size right. Yeah, this is bad. What happened, man? There we go, that's better. What's up? I should have said future instead of solution. I must have missed that comment, or maybe it got blocked. What? I don't know. I don't know, Soul. Alright. Oh yeah, okay, I also need to do a couple other little things for the stream, sorry. Let's see, I want to get rid of this. You don't need that one. Top chat maybe? No, I have it on live chat. Portishead is reuniting in solidarity in support of Palestine. Let's freaking go. We love Portishead. Alright, I want this guy here. Hang on one second. I got lots of chats going on. Oh, Zarina! Wait, that's not how you say your name. Cersei. Sorry. I'm sorry. There's no Rena in there. Ceresa? Is it Ceresa? That's kind of sexy. I like that. Doing your best. Yes, you got it. Let's go. Ceresa. Yes. How you doing, beautiful? Let me give you a shouty. Everybody, please check out Ceresa Corazon. What am I fucking doing? Shout out. She is an amazing, fun streamer with good taste in music, likes to have a good time, does all sorts of things. So I highly encourage you to check her out here and on Twitch as well. Show her some love. Also, Edie in the Mix, another Pog streamer. Pog streamers in the chat. We got Pog streamers in the chat. Edie Mix does an amazing music stream, so I highly encourage you to check that out too. Hey, Samson, Josh, Caranto, Free Palestine. Welcome in. What am I watching? We are about to get it started on positive leftist news, and then we are going to get into the nitty-gritty of the genocide in Gaza. We are doing a heavy political stream today, so if that is not your jam, I understand. But if you want to learn, have some good discussions, I highly encourage you to stick around. We are also multi-streaming. If you're not aware, I'm streaming on Kick as well as on YouTube. Not streaming on Twitch anymore because I was banned for an emote. So yeah, fuck Twitch. Keep you tabbed up. YouTube is touchy. Yeah, I mean, I'll probably get banned from YouTube eventually too. It was Adrienne Vixen with 1 X instead of 3 X's, but I'm permanently banned, so. Oh, what's my YouTube? Let me get you a link, babes. I think I have it set up for this. Yeah, there you go. YouTube link. And if you are watching on, hey, Mo and Noah, welcome in, Free Palestine. If you are watching on YouTube, hit the like button, y'all. All right, let's. You're gonna kill this beat. I like it though. This is all royalty-free instrumental, royalty-free beats and instrumental for streaming. Most of it is by Pharrell Beats. So much love to Pharrell Beats for making copyright-free music for us. Love that. All right, let's get into it, everybody. Philippines, stand with Palestine. Hell yes. Hell yes. Are you Filipino? Are you from the Philippines?
We apologize for interrupting your doom.
We apologize for breaking your ear balls. Sorry, that was loud. And I gotta adjust my captioning because I don't like it when it's standard. Yeah, you can also subscribe to to me on YouTube. That is free to do. That's always cool. Options. Apologize for the, you know. All right, there we go. There we go. Well, Ukraine is one thing. The genocide in Gaza is very, very much different. You know, the war in Ukraine is a war. The genocide in Gaza is a genocide. Like they're not the same. So, and I'm not you know, I don't simp for the imperial core. So like Ukraine trying to become, you know, part of NATO, trying to become part of the West, like I understand why Russia was aggressive about it. Like it seems a little, you know, it's ridiculous now. I think the war should end, and I think that Ukraine should cut its losses and just like surrender the territory personally, because they're not going to win. So I think fighting to the, you know, every last Ukrainian is ridiculous. You know, it's geopolitics. It's not the same as a ongoing genocide that's been happening since the Nakba and the creation of the State of Israel that is only and ever capable of ethnic cleansing, apartheid, and genocide. So, two very different things going on in the world. All right. Hold on, let me catch up on this chat. Just a different type of genocide, in my opinion. Sure, just veiled under the guise of war. Yeah, that was an I. Sorry, I can't read super. I just got new glasses, and I'm like, is that a guise of war? That said, those guys are armed. Gaza is just civilians. Yeah. I would not say what is happening in Ukraine is a genocide for a number of reasons. There doesn't seem to be any genocidal intent. It seems to be a territorial war conflict. It seems to be over territory, not over the destruction of a particular group. So, just for definition's sake, I personally wouldn't call it that because I don't think it fits that definition. Yeah, well, I mean that's also very much part of what a genocide is the denial. Like that it's fundamentally part of what a genocide is the denial of it, you know. So that's why we talk about it. Well, he's still wrong. They're drafting people just to send them to die. Yeah, I mean, I don't believe in any sort of state violence. Like, I don't think that the state should be, like, you know, I don't believe in states really. But I definitely don't believe in state violence and military aggression and imperialism. So, you know, all wars are bad, right? Kind of like all cops. Like, we don't like any of it. But, I don't know. I used to say no war, but the class war. But I think that's a mistake. Like, I feel like that's a misnomer that got picked up by the left that doesn't really understand what, like, especially here in America, what we're doing across the world and what the Western imperialists are doing across the world, you know? Because I'm like, no, there's got to be other wars to, like, end imperialism. It can't just be the class war. And those are going to take armed struggle. So, unfortunately, I don't think we're there yet. We're looking for ways to unify civilians. It does make you realize evil is ruling at this time. At least there'll be records of it happening with Gaza. I mean, DSA sellouts, yeah. Definitely much more supportive of PSL now than I was of DS. I mean, I've never been a big DSA person, but you know, the pumpkin spice latte people. That's what my mom said when I was telling her about because I met somebody, a random chatter on another site that I can't mention, lives in the same area, and I was like, cool, what organizations do you like recommend? And they're like, dude, check out the PSL here, it's good. So I intend to do that, but it is like 45 minutes away from me, 45 minutes to like the city, so yeah, but I think I will check that out. What's up, John Ross? What about David Griscom? It's about community ties, rewiring the social fabric. 100%. The best thing you can do is get organized in your local community. Like, in any sort of way. That could be like, you know, maybe helping out in a community garden, or setting up one of those little free libraries in your neighborhood, or, you know, helping out in a shelter or a food kitchen. You know, there's so many ways you can help. That and that's like reaching out to your neighbors, you know, just getting to know your neighbors. Like, that's building community, that builds solidarity, that creates dialogue, and that's what's going to create change. So, all right, let's get into this positive leftist news. He's a DSA simp, as well as a simp for Anna Kasparian. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I heard the name, but, you know, I don't fucking pay attention to those people really anymore. I did see that Anna, like, recently went after Hassan again on some podcast. And, you know, she's just very much a grifter. Very much a grifter. All about that paper. All right, it is too quiet. Let's get this fucking show on the road.
We apologize for interrupting your doom scroll.
Oh snap, thank you for the follow.
Now, for some positive leftist news.
PLN is a member of Means TV, a worker-owned socialist streaming platform. Stay tuned until the end of the episode for a special 20% discount offer from Means TV, and find the discount link and code in the description box below. On August 3rd, Sydney witnessed one of the largest pro-Palestine demonstrations in Australian history, as up to 300,000 people marched across the Harbour Bridge demanding an end to Israel's war on Gaza and calling on the Albanese government to sanction Israel and recognize Palestinian statehood.
We're gonna talk about this later. Easelcat! Oh my goodness, it is so good to see you. We're going to talk about this later, but the idea of making Palestine a state is actually in Israel's best interest, and is with all these countries saying like, oh, we're demanding state recognition of Palestine. Like, that does not help them. Like, that does not help the fact that they are an occupied territory. Like, it doesn't end the apartheid. It doesn't dismantle the settlements. It doesn't dismantle Israel. So, like, it's missing the point of the problem to be like, to celebrate so much about other countries calling for Palestinian statehood, calling for like full-blown sanctions and literal military intervention. Like military intervention is what's needed now, and there is nobody but Yemen willing to get their fucking hands dirty. And like, when they do announce sanctions, most countries are only sanctioning certain settlers, not the state. Or they'll, like, you know, what yeah, there was that. There was something else that I heard, like, I think it was just yesterday, and it kind of slipped my mind, sorry. But yeah, basically, like, they're not sanctioning the state. They're not putting a sanction. It might start a world war. What do you mean? What might? Ending a genocide? Might start a world war? Aww. Yeah, it could. Do you think it's okay to let thousands of people die? And in the fear, the trepidation that a bigger war could start? That's a ridiculous fucking take. So, like, what's your point, bro? What's your point? Sorry for the squeak. I prefer peace. I prefer justice. Peace is is kind of a bullshit term, actually. Because peace doesn't equate justice. And I think justice is what is needed when people have been wronged. Peace is about forgiveness and acceptance. And I fundamentally disagree with the notion that we need peace over than justice and liberation for all oppressed people. Well, Soul Life, come over to Kick. It's a lot. You can say almost anything. Yeah, I didn't see your comment either, and I have it on live chat. I don't have it on top chat, so I'm looking. But yeah, it could just be blocked by YouTube because YouTube censors people heavily. Moses 84, I'm going to assume you have good intentions because you hit the follow button and we're doing a political stream about Palestine. So I'm going to assume you're here in good faith and want to engage respectfully. So, like, I don't think you meant it in a bad way. I just am trying to help you understand the difference between peace and justice. Like, to say you want peace is to say, like, you want the people who are currently being oppressed and genocided, literally, to accept their fate as that, as opposed to, like, fighting back. And I'm like, I fundamentally disagree with that. So, like, I don't care what the cost is. It's a genocide and it needs to stop. All right, let's get back into positive leftist news. But yeah, like I was saying, and I have a video about this from North Star about oh, I think it's from North Star, but yeah, how statehood for Palestine is actually a bad thing.
both harsh weather conditions and political
All right.
opposition, the March for Humanity brought together a sea of people carrying Palestinian flags, umbrellas.
Yep. Easel Cat over on YouTube says you can have peace and slavery at the same time. Liberation is greater. Exactly. High peace. Oh my god, you guys are fucking funny.
Pots and pans to symbolize Gaza's forced hunger. Among those marching were Julian Assange, former Foreign Minister Bob Carr, federal MP Ed Husick, Green Senator Maureen Faruqi, and at least half a dozen NSW Labour MPs defying Premier Chris Minns' attempts to block the protest. Despite several police attempts to curtail the march, the protest remained peaceful, determined, and defiant. And on August 24th, a nationwide rally was held across Australia, with hundreds of thousands joining in key cities including Brisbane, Melbourne, Sydney, Canberra, Hobart, Perth, and Adelaide. The Greens leader, Larissa Waters, said she estimated it was the biggest gathering since those against the Iraq War. Across the country, Australians have been putting forward a united demand: free Palestine. In a major victory, shipping operators announced that weapons bound for Israel aboard the COSCO shipping Pisces would be sent back to their point of origin after Italian dockworkers refused to unload the cargo. Italian dockworkers framed the victory as part of a growing wave of international worker resistance to Israeli genocide. Solidarity from across Europe has poured in. Greece's All Workers Militant Front saluted Italian workers, declaring dockworkers in Europe, the Mediterranean, and elsewhere will not become accomplices of the murderous state of Israel and its allies, the USA, NATO, and the EU. They will not allow ports and infrastructure to become instruments of war for the slaughter of people by the imperialists. Italian workers are disrupting the
Based.
supply chains of war, proving that organized labor can play a decisive role in resisting militarization and imperialism. Slovenia has taken a historic stand for Palestinian rights, becoming the first country in the European Union to impose a full arms embargo on Israel. Prime Minister Robert Golob announced that the country will ban the import, export, and transit of all weapons to and from Israel, citing the humanitarian crisis and the systemic denial of aid to Palestinians. This decisive action follows Slovenia's recognition of Palestinian statehood in June 2024 and its unprecedented move in July to declare two far-right Israeli ministers persona.
Yeah, so I kind of I didn't watch the video yet, but I know that Bad Empanada came out with this thing about like don't join unions because they're probably like supporting Israel or imperialism or whatever. I didn't watch the video, but I was kind of wondering what your take on that was, Larry. You know, like are unions like is it good to join a union even if the union doesn't align with you politically? Like, you know, like I don't know. Are you like workplace organization is definitely a key to dismantling like capitalism, right? And like disrupting, you know, the exploitation of your labor a little bit, but like I don't know. Find any EU country doing this is dishonest. They still are giving weapons to USA, which then gives weapons to Israel. Yeah, that's a really good point, Larry. Like unless you're also going to hold the United States accountable, which nobody's willing to do, like you're not going to stop the genocide. You're not going to stop the slaughter of the Palestinians and the ethnic cleansing and the takeover of Gaza because it's a US-backed project. I mean, you should join a union and give yourself a voice in your workplace regardless. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, there's very, very few countries that are materially helping combat this genocide, and they are the countries being demonized right now. Yeah, I was touching on that. Earlier. I need some agua. Oh, shit. Okay, I'll have some Red Bull. Okay. Thanks. Sorry. Yeah, I'm not super familiar with which European nations are supplying that are still supplying weapons to, like, you know, America and shit. But I mean, because I know we export a lot more weapons than we bring in, right? Like, our number one export is fucking is guns. Let's see. I hear some of our friends on the left say about China needing to do more, for example, but China is doing what we should hope every country would do, including giving satellite data to Yemen. If they are a member of NATO or the US, then they are supporting the genocide, basically. Yeah, I agree with that. I understand why leftists think China should be doing more. Like, I get the feeling of it, but I don't think it's the most rational or intellectual take. Like, I understand why it feels that way, but I don't know. I mean, I would personally welcome any military intervention, like more of it from anyone. So, but I'm not the best geopolitical strategist in the room here. Because they have treaties with the US that force arms sales. Yes. Okay. Thank you for breaking that down for us. Everybody go check out Larry. He's a smart one. Okay. Like this, like, okay, this is positive leftist news to declare two far-right Israeli ministers persona non grata. It's not the far right or two Israeli officials. It's a societal problem. Like, it is the majority of Israelis and literally every member of the Knesset. So, like, okay, maybe not every member. I think there was one who was, like, speaking out against it early on, but then maybe he left. Maybe former Knesset member. I can't remember his name. So, yeah, we can't reduce it to individuals. It's a system of settler colonialism and imperialism and Zionism and white supremacy. Fuck yeah, it is. And that's, like, why this, I mean, it doesn't stop at Palestine. Palestine is just the most important thing right now. Like, there's other shit going on in the world, but, like, as an American whose tax dollars are funding this genocide every single day, I'm like, this is my number one issue, because, like, it's a fucking genocide. Yes, there's a genocide in Sudan that doesn't get talked often enough about. And it's stuff like, when I was doing politics every day, I was trying to, like, make sure I could hold space for more than one genocide at a time. And then there's, like, just ongoing genocides of, like, indigenous people here on Turtle Island. So, like, it's, you're right, Larry, when you connect those dots for people, like, they start, the imperialist brainwashing starts to kind of unravel a little bit. Yeah, Soul Life, I don't think there's any reforming of Israel. I don't think that's possible. For a couple of reasons. But mostly because Israel itself is an illegal ethno-state. Like its goal is to be a Jewish ethnic majority, which by definition means it has to displace and oppress anyone who is not Jewish. And like, so I think it was a failed project that needs to go. Yeah. I mean, if people want to live in people who currently live there want to live in a democratic state, I don't really care what they call it or what they call themselves, but you can't have a fucking ethnic supremacist state. Like, you can't. I'm sorry. Not sorry, I'm not sorry. No, you don't get to be an ethno state. Like, I thought we determined this. So, USA knows when Palestine wins, it spells doom for settler colonialism everywhere. Yeah, for sure. For sure. And that's, I mean, part of, like a big part of them, censoring content and censoring Palestinian voices, deporting people for pro-Palestine speech, because it dismantles the American project too. When you look at the ideology that created Zionism and what that's done to its indigenous population, it is very easy to see the parallels of the creation of America, the United States of America. So, yeah, exactly. It was still started by the fucking British. Like, so, all right, let's get back into this positive leftist news, y'all. I'm roasting it already. 3 minutes in and I've had so much to fucking say. Damn. All right.
Announced that the country will ban the import, export, and transit of all weapons to and from Israel, citing the humanitarian crisis and the systemic denial of aid to Palestinians. This decisive action follows Slovenia's recognition of Palestinian statehood in June 2024 and its unprecedented move in July to declare two far-right Israeli ministers persona non grata for inciting extreme violence and serious violations of the human rights of Palestinians through their genocidal
two officials.
Their actions highlight the racism of the countries who have not yet taken decisive action and will hopefully increase international pressure to do so. Hundreds of protesters, many over the age of 60, were arrested in London this month for expressing support for Palestine Action, a group recently prescribed as a terrorist organization by the UK government. At a demonstration in Parliament Square on August 9th, 532 people were detained, with half of them from the older generation, including retired military officers, clergy, and professionals. Participants say their age gives them a moral responsibility to protest,
thanks, Larry.
Protecting younger people from the potential lifelong consequences of a terrorism conviction. Deborah Hinton, 81, a former magistrate and OBE recipient, described the arrests as farcical and insisted Palestine Action is not a terrorist organization, it's a direct action organization, comparing it to historic movements such as the suffragists. Her concern for Gaza and commitment to free speech motivated her to face arrest. The arrests highlight the growing tension between the UK government's prescription of Palestine Action and the right to protest, with older generations taking the lead in demonstrating for Gaza while shielding younger activists from potential legal repercussions. Many of those arrested
How loud do y'all need it?
Were driven by conscience, historical memory, and a sense of duty to defend human rights and free expression. Inuit in Iqaluit marched for Palestine this month, voicing support for what one protest organizer called a fellow Indigenous nation. Imarutuk Angutimarek said it's important for Indigenous people to unite and show that we care about one another. She said the colonial injustice that Inuit have lived through, including forced relocations, share similarities to what Palestinians in Gaza have gone through and the injustice they are facing now.
Okay, this is what we were just talking about, so kudos for them and for us. But yeah, the colonialism has always been a genocidal project against Indigenous folks, right? Well, yeah, so life, it's supposed to be quieter than me. Like, do you want to come over and do my audio? Are you offering to help, or are you just gonna critique?
Iqaluit resident Meryl
There you
Jamal
go.
said everyone knows this here, but Inuit, first and foremost,
Like, that's
know
in the
what a
red.
genocide is like, what starvation is like, what hunger is like, and what political failure is like in these contexts. Protesters marched across town shouting slogans like Inuit for Palestine, and then gathered at the Igluvut building for a throat-singing performance. Inuit solidarity with Gaza asserts that from Turtle Island to Palestine, occupation is a crime. Land back everywhere. Approximately 10,000 Air Canada flight attendants, represented by the Canadian Union of Public Employees, or CUPE, defied a federal back-to-work order for 3 days in their first strike in 40 years. The government had invoked the Canada Labour Code to order an end to the strike and impose binding arbitration, marking the fourth time in a year it had used such measures against workers. The central issues for the flight attendants were demands for pay raises and, critically, to be paid for every hour worked, including the many unpaid hours spent on pre- and post-flight duties like safety checks and passenger assistance. The strike garnered widespread support from the broader labor movement. The Canadian Labour Congress and numerous other unions, including the Teamsters, whose own members had been forced back to work previously, declared solidarity and joined picket lines across the country. Union leaders framed the government's actions as an unconstitutional attack on the fundamental right to strike, vowing to stand united and face potential fines or jail time in support of the flight attendants' defiance. The dispute concluded when CUPE announced a deal had been reached, with the union declaring that unpaid work is over. The labor movement celebrated the outcome as a significant victory. The Canadian Labour Congress stated that the successful defiance should make any future employer considering relying on back-to-work legislation think twice, highlighting the confrontation as a pivotal moment for workers' rights. The workers at the Jeremias chimney factory in Gniezno, Poland, achieved a historic victory after a 42-day strike, the longest strike in Poland since 1989, and a 9-month collective struggle. Organized by the Workers' Initiative Labor Union, the strike compelled the company to comply with most of the workers' demands, including a 700 zloty, or PLN, wage increase and longer breaks. In October of 2024, the company hired the Polish law firm PCS, which was then associated with the infamous American law firm Littler, known for its specialization in union-busting tactics. But the workers received significant support from the socialist organization Czerwoni, or the Reds, and other left-wing groups, and their struggle gained nationwide support from workers in all sectors. They actively blocked trucks entering and leaving the factory by continuously walking along the sidewalks around the building, and their tenacity paid off. Congratulations to the workers. August 4th marked 42 years since Thomas Sankara took power in Burkina Faso, igniting a revolution that rekindled the spirit of African liberation. Though his assassination in October of 1987 attempted to silence his vision, the struggle for sovereignty endured, and it is alive today. In the southern Sahel, his legacy finds expression in the Alliance of Sahel States, uniting Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso into a bloc of 71.4 million people over 2.78 million kilometers squared. For the first time in decades, a regional coalition is confronting the entrenched imperialist structures of Francafrique and the Bretton Woods institutions. Guided by Sankar's maxim, "He who feeds you controls you," Captain Ibrahim Traore's government has nationalized key gold mines, directly challenging foreign corporate plunder. Rural cooperatives now receive 400 tractors and hundreds of motorized pumps, giving agricultural workers, who form the backbone of Burkina Faso's population, the tools to secure their own food. The AES movement is building a common market, unified passports, an alliance of Sahel states investment bank, and even exploring a regional currency to replace the CFA franc, a direct assertion of monetary sovereignty and a blow to French neocolonialism. These steps aim to reverse decades of wealth extraction and bridge the growth gap between CFA and non-CFA economies, demonstrating a commitment to economic justice. Sankar's spirit continues to inspire movements across the continent. On September 16th, the AES marked 2 years since its formation, a historic milestone in the pursuit of sovereignty. In a resounding victory, IT workers in Karnataka have successfully forced the state government to withdraw its proposals to increase maximum working hours in the IT sector. This hard-won triumph comes after months of relentless mobilization by the Karnataka IT and ITES Employees Union, or KITU, the sole registered union representing employees in the southern state's booming software industry. The Karnataka government's plan, which sought to extend working hours from 10 to 12, including overtime, was widely condemned as a corporate-friendly measure that sacrificed workers' rights and well-being for the benefit of big business. KITU, refusing to bow to government pressure, organized mass demonstrations, street-level campaigns, and stakeholder interventions to resist what it rightly described as a foolish and regressive attack on employees' fundamental right to a personal life. Scores of IT workers poured into the streets of Bangalore, Karnataka's capital and India's IT hub, to celebrate their victory, sending a clear message: the people who power the industry will not be exploited with impunity. The union's success is a testament to the power of collective action. KITU not only mobilized its registered members, but also reached out to unaffiliated employees across Bangalore's IT corridors, building solidarity and public support against the government's regressive plan. Karnataka's IT workers have proven that when labor stands together, even the most entrenched proposals to extend exploitation can be defeated. In a historic display of resistance and solidarity, over 100,000 people marched in London's Trans Plus Pride event in late July, marking the largest trans pride event in the world. The march, themed Existence and Resistance, was a direct response to the UK Supreme Court's recent ruling that the legal definition of a woman under anti-discrimination law is determined by biological sex, not gender identity, a decision that threatens to erase the rights and dignity of trans people. Following this, the Equality and Human Rights Commission issued guidance that trans people should not be permitted to use public facilities aligning with their gender, guidance widely criticized as both harmful and illegitimate. This was an emotional and powerful day, said co-founder Louis G. Burton. At a time when sweeping legal decisions are made without consulting a single trans person or organization, and when a well-funded anti-trans lobby dominates headlines and wastes public resources, our community came together to show what real strength, solidarity, and care looks like. Since its inception in 2019 as a grassroots alternative to the commercialized City Pride, London Trans Plus Pride has grown into a movement rooted in community power. This year's event drew over 40,000 additional participants compared to 2024, a clear signal that public resistance to erasure is growing stronger. Trans rights are human rights, and existence is resistance. Cuba has taken a historic leap forward for trans rights with the approval of a law allowing individuals to self-declare their gender without requiring surgery. The move marks a transformative moment in the country's ongoing struggle for LGBTQ+ equality. The law also modernizes Cuba's National Civil Registry, formally recognizing common law partnerships and introducing a process to digitize paper records, streamlining legal documentation for all citizens. This milestone builds on Cuba's groundbreaking reforms from 2022, when the nation approved a broad family code that legalized same-sex marriage, ensured LGBTQ+ inclusive protections, and recognized the right of LGBTQ+ couples to adopt children. On Kenya's shores at Merereni and Mida Creek, a remarkable grassroots movement is breathing life back into the region's mangrove forests. Local women and youth, supported by the COBEC initiative and the nonprofit Sea Trees, are transforming once declining ecosystems into thriving coastal havens, demonstrating the power of community-led environmental action. On August 4th, young mangroves were planted across Mita Creek, nurtured in local nurseries by passionate community members. The Nima Muslim Women Group has been at the forefront, collecting seeds and growing them with care, demonstrating that environmental stewardship and community empowerment go hand in hand. The restoration of millions of mangroves is already producing tangible benefits, reviving fish stocks, protecting the coastline from erosion, and strengthening local ecosystems. Kenya's coastal restoration is a reminder that sustainable futures are built not by distant authorities but by hands in the mud, revolutionary spirit in the work, and communities collaborating. The world has reached a historic tipping point. Solar and wind energy are now cheaper than coal, oil, or natural gas and are the fastest growing sources of electricity. In 2024, renewables accounted for nearly all new electricity capacity additions and drove most of the growth in the global generation, signaling the arrival of a new energy era. Advances in storage and grid management now allow renewable energy to compete on every front, even without factoring in climate goals. Despite this global shift, the United States continues to act as a barrier, denying climate science and supporting fossil fuel interests. Across the globe, however, nations are racing toward renewable solutions. China has been a global leader, and India is also rapidly expanding their clean energy capacity. And for most developing countries, the renewable route is both cheaper and more sustainable. In a breakthrough for the fight against ocean pollution, researchers in Japan have developed a plastic that dissolves in seawater within hours, offering a potential solution to the global plastic crisis. The material, created by scientists at the Riken Center for Emergent Matter Science and the University of Tokyo, breaks down rapidly without leaving microplastics or toxic residues, while retaining the strength of traditional petroleum-based plastics. This innovation comes amid stark warnings from the UN Environment Program that plastic pollution is set to triple by 2040. Non-toxic, non-flammable, and carbon neutral, this new plastic represents a promising step forward in addressing one of the planet's most pressing environmental challenges. If you have good news from the current
Wow. Thank you. I was yapping there. Yapping on mute. Good looking out, Jake. Fuck. Damn it, streamer fail. Okay, yeah, so anyway, we are gonna be getting into some pieces from Caitlin Johnstone. Yeah. First one is, what about my friends who don't care about Gaza? And other questions. You still can't hear me on YouTube? Mic check, 1 2 1 2. YouTube has a bit of a delay. So that would be weird. One stream could hear me and the other one can't. Kick, can you hear me? Are you out there, Kick? Yes, Kick can hear me. Okay. YouTube? I hear you. Sweet, we have audio. Okay. Damn. Looking real fucking profesh over here. Alright, I'm gonna stop ripping my hair out. I'm not stressed.
What about my friends who don't care about Gaza and other questions? Slow Heat asks on YouTube, Hi Caitlin, question. I have friends, some lifelong, who I don't
Thank you for the
associate with
subscription.
anymore because, while maybe not supporting, are at the very least ambivalent toward the genocide. I just can't be around people who are more concerned with what show or restaurant they're trying next. Am I the asshole?
Am I the asshole? I fucking feel this. Like, it's so hard to talk to normies. Welcome back, Allie. I'm glad you're done cleaning. Hope you're having a good one. But yeah, and like, people who only consume mainstream news, like, are just very quick to be like dismissive, even if they're aware and think it's bad and want to stop. They're like, it's, you know, but it's bad over there, kind of thing. And I'm like I remember my sister said that to me. It was like May of 2024. I'm like, dude, like, she's like, oh, we're going to this like Mother's Day thing. You want to come? And I'm like, I'm not going anywhere unless it's a Palestine protest because there's a literal genocide happening right now. And she's like, well, yeah, I know it's bad over there, but you still need to go have fun. And I'm like, I don't see the point of organizing people together for entertainment purposes and like for literal like just fun times. Like that seems like a waste of time to me. I mean, meeting local people would be the bare minimum you could do with that, and then planting seeds by talking to people. But I'm like, I'm not a big talker. I have social anxiety. Actually, I don't have social anxiety. I have generalized anxiety disorder with panic attacks. So I'm like, no, I don't want to go to this thing that I'm like, what am I? And I was literally covering this every single day since October 2023. And like, to like have my family members just be so like flippant about it was just like disappointing, but not surprising. Yeah, I've been really fortunate with Abilify. Oh, let's go.
Eat shit, peasants!
That was kind of weird. I don't know if that was a YouTube sub or a Kick sub. Because it had the Kick sub alert sound. But it had the old, I didn't get a notification. But Kick is also kicky sometimes, so. Who the fuck knows? Thank you if you did subscribe. On either platform, you know. But one of the sites pays me when you subscribe. The other one does not. So consider subscribing on Kick to support the stream. We are also fundraising for my dear kitty. Oh, let me put that tip goal up real quick. Sorry. My cat is not doing so well, you guys. Is it this one? Kitty vet bill, yeah, okay. So yeah, consider donating. Already subscribed. Yes, you are. I see that. Yeah, probably. My boss says Israel needs to go farther and whoa. Okay, content warning. But yeah, Soul Life shares, my boss says Israel needs to go farther and quote wipe out the whole Middle East. One of his pals negatively inserts anti-Palestine protest sentiment into everything. It's so cringe. That's worse than dealing with just normies who are dismissive of it. I think, people who are like, no, go get them. We support Israel. And I'm like, you're a psycho. I don't even like using that word. I really don't like using that word, but you're a genocidal freak. How about that? That's better. Forgive my ableist slip. Alright, so yeah, this is about what you say to people who just don't really care about Gaza. And some other questions, and then we're gonna get through. I'm gonna stop yapping so much, I promise. I don't promise that. That was a lie. But I probably will. We'll get through some content, I promise. That I do promise. We will get through some content. Whether or not I yap a lot, I can't. I'm not normally in a yappy mood, but we're yapping today. All right. Interesting soul life. Might not be YouTube appropriate, but I'm glad you said something. Oh my god. So I had an experience with somebody who was a Zionist, was a very, very much pro-Israel Zionist, and it was a deal breaker. I mean, there were lots of other things, but I was like, no, I can't even be your friend. I just and it's one thing to just try to avoid the topic to have friends and meet people and stuff, but when somebody is vehemently pro-Israel in the midst of them committing a genocide, I'm just I've never been more disgusted in my life. He's like, I'm half Israeli, and I'm like, I'm half French, and you don't see me simping for France's fucking government. You could be proud of where you're from and proud of your culture and proud of your heritage, which I still think is stupid, but you could be without being supportive of the fucking genocide that they're doing. Or wanting to show Israeli pride. I'm like, maybe don't. Maybe don't be proud of that. I don't know. Okay, let's get back into this.
What about my friends who don't care about Gaza and other questions? Slow Heat asks on YouTube, Hi Caitlin, question. I have friends, some lifelong, who I don't associate with anymore because, while maybe not supporting, are at the very least ambivalent toward the genocide. I just can't be around people who are more concerned with what show or restaurant they're trying next. Am I the asshole? I've been lucky enough not to have anyone significant in my life who doesn't get it, so this isn't an issue that I personally...
Wow. That is very fortunate. There's nobody in my life that really gets it. My family and shit. My mom kind of gets it, but not really, because she watches mainstream media. So I have to constantly educate her about shit. But and she listens to me, which is good, right? Huh. That's a take. Sure, yeah. I'm kind of more in the favor of putting them in the Hague rather than putting them in hell. Hey, hermit horologist. Horologist? I think I said that right. How's it going? Oh, shit. Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah, that sounds good. I'm sorry, chat. I got text messages, I got voicemails. I gotta pay a more expensive phone bill. What the fuck is this? Gonna clear all the notifications. Sorry. Hope everyone is doing well. I promise we're gonna get through this fucking video. Alright, let me catch up on chat. That's funny, Soul Life. Yeah, I don't really know what to say about that. Like I said, I think they need justice on this lifetime and in this plane. You know, like they need to be held accountable. I'm not concerned with what other people believe about the afterlife, but like that does nothing for the material conditions of the people who were harmed. So, anyways. Okay, so Caitlin is saying that she has not had anyone significant in her life that doesn't get it. That's why I got sidetracked, because I was like, holy shit, nobody in my family gets it. Like I said, my mom is starting to get it a little bit, and like she'll listen to me, which is positive, but like there's nobody else in my like family like that get it. Like my friend group from like my hometown, they mostly get it because they're all pretty much politically aligned and on the same page. But yeah, it's tough, you know. And then trying to have a social life where I'm at now, and it's like I probably just need to like go to like some like PSL meetings and meet people that way, because like trying to hang out with normies is probably not good for my soul. I don't pay for my phone bill anymore through True Connect free service. Interesting. I will I'll try to look into that. Yeah. I be a broke bitch. Hey, speaking of being a broke bitch, chat. Chat. My lovely, lovely chat. We have already had some very generous tippers and subscribers earlier today, but if you want to help support the stream, please consider hopping over to Kick and gifting a subby. That is the easiest way to support me, or you can donate to me directly. Their links are in the description. It's free if you're on Snap? What? Huzzah! Yes. We had some generous tipper hype. Huzzah! Okay.
significant in my life who doesn't get it, so this isn't an issue that I personally have had to navigate. But I have seen a lot of people struggle with the question of how their interpersonal relationships should be affected by the position that their friends and loved ones take on Gaza. From where I'm sitting, this doesn't look like you're an asshole. It just looks like the natural effects playing out of learning that someone in your life is a shitty person. If you found out that one of your friends likes to torture small animals or drug women and rape them, or that someone in your family watched a child drown in a swimming pool without doing anything, that would naturally change your relationship with them in a permanent way. You would naturally find yourself distancing from them, and things would never be the same. It wouldn't be your fault, and it also wouldn't be the result of any rule or personal policy that you put in place. People don't normally make a rule for themselves like never be friends with someone who adores Adolf Hitler. They just naturally feel themselves pulling away from anyone who does. So I don't think this is necessarily something you need.
Soul Life, you got an Obama phone? I want a free phone. I'm poor. I shouldn't have to pay for this shit. Yes. Thank you, Moanoep. Liking and subscribing on YouTube is a free way to help. If you don't have monetary units, hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. Boost me in the rhythm of the algae. Send a nice chat. You know, lots of ways you can interact and support me without costing monetary units. But, you know, I do need those. We're gonna get through this. I'm gonna get through this. Gonna get through this. I'm gonna get through this. Not me, but I saw it at welfare years ago. Yeah, I mean, because I think what it, like, I don't know. I don't know anything about it. I'm not gonna speculate because I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Okay. Got this. We're gonna get through this. Yeah, so I mean, it is it's hard and it's a grief process when you learn that people you care about are shitty people. And like they don't even think they're being shitty. They're just like, well, I just see the world differently than you do. And I'm like, no, you're a bad person though. Like, you're a bad person if you're ambivalent in the face of a genocide. But yeah, it can be oh, there's a garbage truck. I was like, why is it so loud out there? It can be a huge loss and require you to go through, like, you know, the traditional stages of grief and shit. So let's see what Caitlin has to say on the subject, and then we'll get through some more. We'll get through some more, I promise.
Friends with someone who adores Adolf Hitler, they just
I mean,
naturally feel themselves pulling away from anyone who does. So I don't think this is necessarily something you need to put any amount of thought into, really. This is just what happens when bad people in your life reveal an ugly truth about themselves. If you learn that someone in your life is cool with their government supporting a genocide, you can just sort of let your feelings and natural inclinations lead the way on that.
oof, that's harsh.
Shiloh on Twitter asks, why does no one want to talk about the
That's fucking harsh, you know, and like, she's not wrong. Oh, what's up, Gaius Coolius? You're a genocide supporter? You are, and you're racist. That's gross. Let me play with him for a little bit, though. Don't ban him yet. Weight loss supporter for Gazans? I'm, oh, okay. Gaius Coolius. What a fucking douchey name. Like, you think you're a cool fucking guy? You think it's cool to, like, troll the internet and, like, spread fucking genocidal lies? Like, your kids are gonna know about this one day, dude. Oh, so now you're calling me fat? You think you're a cat? Bro, you need fucking help. Like, you need help. There's something wrong with you and your psyche. Maybe you were beat up as a kid, but there's therapy out there. That's what I recommend for you. You know, there's cats that they're killing in Gaza. The keffiyeh has nothing to do with Yasser Arafat. You're ignorant. Read a book. And like, you know, Yahya Sinwar was a fucking hero. It's a symbol of the Palestinian people. It has nothing to do with any specific Palestinian leader. You're a fucking moron. You're so fucking dumb. Reading about the Russian Revolution, it's a great read. Oh, okay. So you support Russia and Israel. That's a weird combination. That's odd. Why can I ask you are you American? Yeah, Russia's not really on the side of the Palestinian people. Like, that's... I'm Israeli. Bitch, no, you're not. You're not Israeli. You're not Israeli. You're probably fucking Polish. All you have is fat jokes. Like, that's not... You are Polish. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah. Like... Ooh, wow, you're a chubby girl. Like, thanks. I've never heard that in my entire life. I had no idea. I actually don't own mirrors. So, you know, thank you for pointing it out to me. All Palestinian Americans are wasps? No. That's not true. white Anglo-Saxon Protestants is not the same thing as being Palestinian. Well, I have a broken foot, so fuck you. Like, I'm actually disabled. None of your business why I'm overweight, but like I have a physical disability, so fuck off. I'm not shy about it. Like I put myself on the internet and talk to Israeli genocidal Nazi scum like you. Your sentence doesn't make sense. Do you want to try that one again? So, yeah, you're just a racist genocidal Nazi who's like proud of committing a genocide. You probably served in the IOF. You've probably murdered Palestinians. Or maybe you weren't cool enough. All right, we're done with our food. Ethan Klein's burner account. Dude, for fucking real. That's literally what it sounds like. But yeah, I'm done. I'm done playing with the food. He can go. Please and thanks, mods. Alright, let's get back into this. Motherfucker had me laughing so hard. I'm Israeli. So you're a settler? You're a colonizer? You shouldn't be there? Where's your family from? Fucking Poland? I thought so. Go back to Poland. Land back, bitches. Alright. Fuck me, man. We're never gonna get through this fucking video. Alright, here we are.
Shiloh on Twitter asks, why does no one want to talk about the genocide in Sudan? Not that I believe this question is asked in good faith. Shiloh is an Israeli account, but let's answer it anyway.
Fucking so predictable. So predictable.
My government isn't trying to make it illegal for me to criticize the RSF. Every major Western institution.
Thank you, Caitlin. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Like, yes, there's a genocide happening in Sudan. It needs attention. It is not the same as the genocide of the Palestinian people by the Israeli government, because the Israeli government has the backing of my government and most Western governments, and political cover and literal arms and billions of dollars sent to them so they can fund this fucking genocide. The genocide in Sudan is a lot more complicated. Not that it's okay, not that you shouldn't speak out against the RSF, but like, it's a bit harder to understand. It's a bit more of a challenge to wrap your head around. It just is. Red Hot Revolution, lots of familiar races from BC. Bunker Cat? Let's go. Yeah, we love Bunker Cat. So I normally stream on Kick, but I will occasionally get a nice political hair up my butt and want to stream to YouTube as well. I was a Purple Site streamer for a year and a half, and I got banned over an emote of Luigi Mangione. So yeah, Bunker Cat's fucking cool. Actually, Soul Life, my mod here, showed me a Bunker Cat video before he ever started doing live streams, like probably 2 years ago at this point, to play on stream, and I was like, oh, I like this. Like, this cat's got good takes, right? So I would play some Bunker Cat on my stream before he started doing his own lives. Beaverus, good to see you, my friend. Welcome. Yeah, so I've been a Bunker Cat fan for a long time. God's chosen. Free Palestine? What's up? Is this the second account of Gaius Coolio? Is this your sock account? Soul Life. I will chosen to endure the suffering of the children in this awful world. Wow. The fuck? Soul Life, I would love to hear more about what happened with you not modding for this space anymore. I'm very intrigued. As you guys know, my background in online content creation, I started as a moderator for TYT. That's how I met a good number of these folks here on YouTube. And then that's how I made a lot of Twitch connections too. Just because people knew me as a mod for TYT, and then when we walked out, we did get a lot of support from leftist Twitch streamers like Marcus, $27, Andrea Ravinsky on YouTube. So like we got a lot of support from some people on the left, and then when I started streaming, there were, people kind of knew me, right? But I'm like, I spent like 2 years as a fucking unpaid moderator for one of the largest online news networks, and I have some thoughts about this space. So let's talk Palestine politics. If the Jewish nation disappears, who will govern the Islamic supremacist Arab nation? Yeah, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. The Jewish nation. Why do you think there should be a Jewish nation? And like, you're literally admitting that Israel's only purpose is to disrupt Islam and the cohesion of Middle Eastern countries. It's a proxy state that's only meant to hold a strategic position in the world and its geographical location in the world to support Western imperialism. There are over 20 Muslim Arab nations. Having a majority of a population where that population is indigenous to does not make you an ethno-state. Creating a population, a foreign population, to become a dominant population is an ethno-state. You understand the difference? Like, people can be whatever religion they want in the states they live in, but when you are denying people who are not that ethnicity or that religion rights, that's an ethno-state. That's a problem. What are you talking about? You think the Palestinians aren't indigenous to Palestine? And like, why are there white people in North America? Because of colonialism, dipshit. You're racist. You're just a racist piece of shit. I'm sorry about your dick size. I'm really sorry. It must be a hard thing for you to deal with. No, that you're wrong actually about that. You're wrong. You're entirely wrong. Fabulous! Hey, welcome in. Good to see you. There's nothing in Hamas's charter, which I'm sure you haven't read. But there's literally nothing in there about Arab supremacy. The only ones who want supremacy are fucking white people. Okay? That's where the supremacy comes in. It's called white supremacy. You may have heard of it. No, I never said Palestinians were Arab. You did, because you're a racist. Okay, so what happened on apparently they flat out lied and they told their audience I was unmodded. I wasn't unmodded like 2 days ago. What, Soul Life? Yeah, we're gonna have to talk about that. Hey Cap TV, thanks for the lurk. I don't have white guilt. I understand that white supremacy is a fucking scourge on our planet, and I understand that we have settler colonial projects like Israel that perpetrate white supremacy. I'm sorry you've never read a book in your fucking life. Okay, I'm done with the racist. Goodbye. 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 Yeah, I don't have the patience to argue with a fucking racist like that. It was fun for a little bit. It's interesting. We're getting way more trolls on YouTube today than we are on Kick, which tells me that we're probably being you know, getting a little algorithm blessing. Bet Beat Media. Hell yeah, thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, Palestine in the title. I know. I did it on purpose. Palestine on the thumbnail, Palestine in the title, genocide in Gaza in the description. I did it on purpose. It was almost like that, dude. The one time when Anna wrote that ridiculous Substack a couple months ago, and I was like the first one to cover it on YouTube. Like, I have never had viewers like that. Like, that's still like my most watched stream. I'm like, y'all are nuts. Yes, y'all, please like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. It's a free way to support the stream. And if you have monetary donations available, we are, raising money for the PCRF. I'm trying to raise money for my cat's vet bill. So, a couple fundraisers going on if you want to throw some bucks at a good cause. Help keep the stream alive. All right. Yeah. All right. Let's get back into this. So Jake, you touched on this, I think, in your comment about people. I was distracted by the troll. But yeah, I think we should always consider the framing when people ask about the quote, why not Sudan? But at the same time, I think we should have more outspoken voices on Sudan and the vids informing us. I agree. Like, we should be able to multitask a little bit. And like, there definitely should be more people speaking out about it, and then more people would be educated about it, and maybe it would stop sooner, right? Because it's not like speaking out for Palestine, like, is to me like my main priority and my main focus, because I understand it a little bit better, and my government is censoring people for speaking out against it and also funding it in multiple ways. We've been over this. Aw, you made a second account. What a douchebag. You came back just to troll me. I feel so special. Thank you. Danielle's journey, yeah, it's hard. It's very hard. We were talking about that earlier, and this is kind of what the first part of this video is about, that I've been just fucking yapping through. But that it's so disheartening when like the people in your life like dismiss it or even ambivalent to it. And like, complacent, and I'm like, dude, like how? And this breaks down that like you may have learned that your friend is a shitty person. So, or your loved one is just a shitty person. And it's natural to want to detach from that. The hard part for me is like still wanting these people in my life, even though like they don't get it. And like they would never watch my content, it's not like I could like educate them this way. And having these conversations one-on-one is honestly the best way to do it, but it is more challenging, and like, you deal with that in-person confrontation, and it's like people get passionate about it, and almost like the Zio that I ran into was so mad that people would conflate the black struggle and here in America with the Palestinian struggle. And I'm like, you mean like Angela Davis, the world-renowned scholar? You know, like she wrote a whole book about it. We have that book, by the way. We could read it sometime. I probably can't do it on YouTube because of copyright, but I have it on audio. Yeah, Glass Blasters, it's funny because I actually have like 5 boyfriends, but keep telling yourself that. Did we ban the sock account yet? Yes, we did. Okay, cool. Thanks, mods. Okay. Thank you, mods. All right. Let's. Does anyone have anything else that we need to discuss before we get back into the content? Because, like, I'm happy to keep chatting. I got nothing but time. But, like, I did promise content. And I have to go, you know, this evening. I can't be on here all day. But, you know, if anyone has anything else they want to bring up. Going once. Going twice. It's going. It's going. Mordant Inky Cap! Hello! It's so good to see you! What is good? How have you been? I hope you're doing well. What time, LT9K? I don't know if I can. I don't know how to raid on YouTube. I don't know if I have it set up correctly. But we'll definitely give you a shouty. $2:30 Eastern, 1:30 Central. Letter Hack will probably be my guest next week. Okay, very nice. Yeah, congratulations on 900 subscribers. That's amazing. I can't fucking get 900 YouTube subscribers. Whoa, somebody hit my Ko-Fi. Hello, Tata. Thank you. Thank you so much. I hope you're well. It's good to see you. So many familiar faces over on the YouTube side. I love it. Yes, thank you. Dono hype. Everyone, big W's in chat. W's. W's. W's in chat. W's in chat. W's in chat. W's in chat. My phone died last night, so that's why I left Galactic News Network with no goodbye. Still charging it. Won't turn on, so I'm on laptop instead. Oh. That happened to me recently, and like I had to get a new phone, but like it fucked me up pretty bad because everything that was like 2-factor authentication was connected to that phone. So like I had to like make new accounts for like everything. So it really really ate shit. Hi, Elm. You love Israel? Tell me why. Yeah, LT9K, I will do that because I should still be on at 2:30 my time. Wait, or is it? No, 1:30 my time. Yeah, either way, I'll still probably be on. So, especially at this rate, because this is a slow fucking process, man. Perfect. Yes, awesome. And YouTube Studios settings, instructions how to do it. The YouTube character limit and control for reason. Yeah. Yeah, but awesome. Definitely will give you a soft rate if nothing else. See, that's funny. Did you know that Zionism was started by anti-Semitic atheists? It was done to expel Jews from Europe, not to save them. Did you know that? Yeah, more than Inky Cap. I went through a pretty rough patch too. I had some trials and tribulations. If you want to hit me up on Discord, you're more than welcome to. Oh, so funny. Ha 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 ha. No, you don't know about Zionism? I do actually. I do actually know about Zionism and how it was created. And the Nazis were supportive of it and collaborated in the foundation of the State of Israel. No, honey, I've just read a couple books. I recommend you do the same. I think so. I think they've all been actually Israelis coming into chat today. Which, like, send me more. I will roast these small dick pricks all day long. I'm here for it. No, Looney Tunes, they literally are asking to be banned. That's why they came into this chat. I'm playing with my food. Yeah, there was a plane or something. Oh, so fun. So fun. You know what's insane to me, Elm? Is supporting ethnic cleansing, apartheid, and genocide. I think that is insane. Like, I think that's insane. You know what's really cool? We live in a world with, like, you're not gonna believe this, like 8 billion other people. And, like, what's wild to me is, like, the only experience that matters isn't yours. Isn't that crazy? Hey, Trust, free Palestine, let's go. So, Elm, I actually do know what I'm talking about. And what's funny is, like, you're in an educational space. So if you would like to stay in and be educated, you're more than welcome to. We're gonna talk pretty thoroughly about Zionist lies and Hasbara and the ongoing genocide. So you're welcome to stay and learn. Does that sound good to you? No, wait. LT9K. I live it. I don't need to be educated. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Oh, honey. Go on. Sonder. Go on. What a douchebag. Alright, let's get back to the content. Oh, holy shit, we're never gonna make it through this video. Let's
It's not a genocide is not a defensible claim in the year 2025. Notes from the edge of the narrative matrix.
Are you here to learn?
The International Association of Genocide Scholars, IAGS, has determined that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. This is the world's largest association of genocide scholars, with around 500 experts on the subject, including many Holocaust scholars. The consensus was reached by an overwhelming supermajority of the experts, 86% to be exact. Everyone needs to understand that there is no genocide in Gaza is not a claim that can be taken seriously in the year 2025. Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, UN human rights experts, Israeli human rights group like B'Tselem, and the overwhelming majority of genocide scholars all agree it's a genocide. The debate is over. The Hasperists lost. Israel's foreign minister is, of course, claiming that the IAGS statement is entirely based on Hamas's campaign of lies. That's right, folks. The genocide scholars are Hamas. They're just so unbelievably evil. Nobody who's not a cartoon or CGI supervillain has any business being this evil. If you're going to be this insanely evil, you should be animated and cackling while twisting your curly mustache all the time.
Elm, it's you. They're talking about you, Elm. No, you're mistaken. You're like, this is, first of all, we're a minute and 30 seconds into one video. I have hours and hours of content. Oh shit. Idolins, welcome in. We're doing politics today, babies. Hi. Okay. Like, did you just bring a bunch of gooners into my chat to get educated? Because that's what's up, baby. Let's go. Who supports a free and liberated Palestine? I do. You're just spouting Hasbara. Like, first of all, that's just one. But it is the largest organization of genocide scholars in the world. So it's not like it's like a widespread profession, dude. And like, I don't need them to tell me it's a genocide. I knew it was a genocide on October 8th. I don't care. It's you're missing the point, honey. I don't care because I know it's a genocide. So like, you trying to debunk this one little like tidbit in this one little video we're minute and 30 seconds into, I don't give a fuck. What are you an expert in, huh? Being a douchebag? You're real good at it. Real good at it. Hey, thank you, Allie, for doing that shout out for Ida Lynn's. Everybody, check out Ida Lynn's. She's sexy and fun and cool, and we love her. No, it's called reading a book. It's called reading. These things that like open up and they have like pages in them. Like people who are actually experts on the subject, like Rashid Khalidi, Ian Pape. Those are the people who I resorted to learn about the ongoing genocide since Israel's creation. Check out 100 Years War on Palestine. It's a good one. All right, yeah. So we can't really take you seriously if you're not willing to admit that your country is committing a genocide. So I don't care who you respect or don't respect because you're a genocidal freak. You support the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people. You're disgusting to me. And you want to say anyone else is garbage? Honey, you're worse than the slime between my fucking toes, okay? You are fungus.
It's not a genocide is not a defensible claim in the year 2025. Notes from the edge of the narrative matrix. The International Association of Genocide Scholars, IAGS, has determined that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. This is the world's largest association of genocide scholars, with around 500 experts on the subject, including many Holocaust.
Sure am, because you came into my chat with an Israeli flag and a heart next to it, so you are a literal demon.
Scholars. The consensus was reached by an overwhelming supermajority of the experts, 86% to be exact. Everyone needs to understand that there is no genocide in Gaza is not a claim that can be taken seriously in the year 2025. Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, UN human rights experts, Israeli human rights group like B'Tselem, and the overwhelming majority of genocide scholars all agree it's a genocide. The debate is over.
It's over.
The Hasperists lost.
It's over. There is no more debate. There is no more debate. That's insane. I love Israel.
Israel's foreign minister is, of course, claiming that the IAGS statement is entirely based on Hamas's campaign of lies. That's right, folks. The genocide scholars are Hamas. They're just so unbelievably evil. Nobody who's not a cartoon or CGI supervillain has any business being this evil. If you're going to be this insanely evil, you should be animated and cackling while twisting your curly mustache all the time. Possibly the single dumbest thing we are asked to believe about Palestine is that every major human rights institution on Earth is part of a secret anti-Semitic blood libel conspiracy. This genocide is one nonstop insult to our intelligence. Israel is reportedly planning to cut off the small amount of aid it has been allowing into northern Gaza. This comes after both UN-backed and US-funded hunger monitor groups determined that Israel is causing a famine in Gaza, which was preceded by weeks of Israel furiously denying that it was starving Gaza, which was preceded by Israeli officials openly announcing that they intended to starve Gaza. Tweet by Caitlin. Israel, we're going to starve Gaza. The West. Israel is starving Gaza. Israel. It is anti-Semitic to say we are starving Gaza. The West. Okay, sorry. Israel. We're going to starve Gaza some more.
Never mind. Not getting derailed.
The Western press have been dutifully parroting the U.S. and Israeli government line that Trump's plan for the ethnic cleansing of Gaza will be voluntary in their headlines. Gaza post-war plan envisions voluntary relocation of entire population, reads a headline from the Washington Post. U.S.-run Gaza Riviera post-war redevelopment plan sees voluntary relocation of millions, says CNBC. Trump's Gaza plan involves voluntary relocation of Palestinians and giving them $5,000 each, says The Independent. Gaza post-war plan.
This is mainstream media lying to you guys, right? Like, we had somebody earlier who's like, oh, mainstream media, they can't send reporters in. And I'm like, well, they can't because Israel won't let them, not because of the genocide or the risk of death, but because they're literally not allowed. But like this whitewashing of Trump's plan, anything, voluntary, there's no such thing as voluntary resettlement for fucking Gazans. Like, it's an ethnic cleansing, pure and simple.
And proposes voluntary relocation and tokens in exchange for land, says France 24. We're going to be hearing this voluntary relocation slogan a lot going forward, and everyone should understand that it's a lie. There is nothing voluntary about leaving an area that is being deliberately made uninhabitable by someone with power over you. It's exactly the same as forcing people out at gunpoint. It is propaganda and journalistic malpractice for the Western media to be pushing this slogan. I saw a tweet from liberal influencer Stephen Bonnell, aka Destiny, saying, Palestine is just fashion for leftists. Bidenists say this all the time, and it reveals so much about their worldview. They cannot fathom the concept of someone opposing a genocide because genocide is bad. It can only be some kind of trendy fashion statement because it happens to be what's popular right now. These are people who are not motivated by morality, facts, and logic, but solely by selfish and cynical impulses, which they then project onto everyone else. They can't imagine anyone doing something because it's the right thing to do, so they have to make up some reason why there must be something in it for them in order for their actions to make sense. But it is good that even through their own narcissistic, egocentric lens, they are beginning to understand that supporting an active genocide has widely become viewed as unacceptable, and that abandoning that insane position is the only way to gain acceptance in mainstream society. Those who can't be brought into line through appeal to compassion and reason can be brought into line through peer pressure and social stigma. When you see the way pro-genocide Jews attack vocally anti-genocide Jews, you understand why there aren't more vocally anti-genocide Jews. This isn't to excuse anyone from their moral obligation to oppose an active genocide, only to point out one of the control mechanisms. I've watched Zionists constantly try to convince Israeli-American academic Shael Ben Ephraim to start drinking again after he switched from defending the genocide to opposing it. He's open about being a recovering alcoholic. I catch flack from Israel supporters 24/7, but I've never had to deal with that level of vitriolic, high-octane hatred. Non-Jews like myself who oppose the Gaza Holocaust just don't have to deal with that degree of venom. And that's just what's visible to me online. Again, this doesn't excuse the moral obligation that Jews and non-Jews alike have to oppose Israel's genocidal atrocities. I'm just pointing out one of the many abusive dynamics used to maintain the status quo. If Israel stops fighting, a genocide ends. If Hamas stops fighting, ethnic cleansing moves forward. Notes from the edge of the narrative matrix. You always see Israel apologists saying, if Hamas lays down its arms, there'll be no more war. If Israel lays down its arms, there'll be no more Israel. But really the opposite is true. If the Israelis lay down their arms, a genocide ends. If Hamas lays down their arms, Israel's planned ethnic cleansing of Gaza happens quickly and without resistance. Israel has been very clear and explicit about the fact that its onslaught in Gaza will not end until Trump's plan for the ethnic cleansing of the Gaza Strip is completed. Hamas could surrender and release all the hostages today, and this ethnic cleansing agenda would still move forward as planned, according to Israel's top officials. They've been completely unambiguous about this. Anyone who says this nightmare would end if Hamas surrenders is lying. All that would happen if Hamas surrenders is Palestinians being purged from a Palestinian territory forever. Israeli politicians and official government social media accounts have begun pushing the narrative that Muslim immigrants are a threat to Europe, the implication being that Europeans should support Israel because Israel is helping to kill the Muslims. Israel's Arabic language Twitter account recently posted a graph showing the number of mosques across Europe, accompanied by right-wing Great Replacement style talking points, saying that this is the true face of colonization, and this is what is happening while Europe is oblivious and does not care about the danger. Former Israeli fear-mongering about the number of Muslim immigrants throughout Europe. Benjamin Netanyahu tweeted on Wednesday that, quote, Belgian Prime Minister De Wever is a weak leader who seeks to appease Islamic terrorism by sacrificing Israel. He wants to feed the terrorist crocodile before it devours Belgium, end quote. They don't want Muslims to live in Palestine. They don't want Muslims to live in Europe. Kind of seems like they just don't want Muslims to live.
Doesn't it, though?
Haaretz reports that an IDF commander named Haim Cohen received intelligence warnings immediately prior to the Hamas attack on the Nova Music Festival on October 7th, but took no preemptive action, and that, quote, Cohen was also the officer who initially approved the festival on Tuesday of that week, end quote. This is just the latest addition to a large body of evidence that Israel appears to have intentionally allowed the October 7th attack to happen after deliberately provoking it in order to advance a pre-existing agenda to steal more Palestinian territory. President Trump is reportedly preparing to change the name of the Department of Defense back to the Department of War, which was what the U.S. military department was called until shortly after World War II. I'm seeing some criticism of this move, but personally I think it's fine. When was the last time the U.S. used its military for defensive purposes? Calling it the War Department is just calling it what it is. Might as well be honest about it. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, soon to be Secretary of War, I guess, announced that we can expect to see more strikes on Venezuelan ships after a deadly U.S. attack on a boat which the Trump administration claims was trafficking drugs. Hegseth told the press on Wednesday that we have assets in the air, assets in the water, assets on ships because this is a deadly serious mission for us and it won't stop with just this strike, end quote. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said, "I don't care what the UN says," when challenged by the press about his assertions regarding Venezuela's responsibility for America's drug problems, claiming that, quote, "Maduro is an indicted drug trafficker in the United States and he's a fugitive of American justice." You really couldn't get a more honest representation of U.S. foreign policy than the top American diplomat saying, "I don't care what the UN says," and then claiming that the leaders of sovereign nations are subject to American justice. These freaks really do believe the entire planet is their property. As we discussed previously, this is just cover for a long-standing regime change agenda against an oil-rich socialist government that Washington has sought to depose for many years. Venezuela's role in the drug trade is severely overstated, and its role in the fentanyl epidemic is non-existent. This is about oil, capitalism, and geostrategic control. Fame is so weird in our society. People spend all this effort becoming great at something, they get a bunch of fans, then they get thrown into this strange, cloistered universe of immense wealth and social circles full of psychopaths and parasitic middlemen and highly neurotic individuals. And they go nuts and lose what it is that their fans fell in love with in the first place. Happens over and over again. Under capitalism, success as an artist means losing your art.
Under capitalism. Let's say that again louder for the people in the back. Under capitalism, being a successful artist means losing your art.
Opposing an ongoing genocide requires no justification. Opposing an ongoing genocide requires no explanation or justification. You don't have to justify why you care about stopping an ongoing genocide. You don't have to reassure anyone that your opposition to the ongoing genocide isn't driven by hatred of Jews. You don't have to defend your prioritizing stopping an active genocide above all other issues.
Thank you.
You don't have to explain why you're
Dude. Like, oh, why is this the only thing you care about, Adrienne? Shut the fuck up. That's my answer. Shut the fuck up.
paying more attention to this genocide than the other bad things that are happening in the world. You don't have to explain why a group of people shouldn't be genocided just because some of them did a violent thing. You don't have to address all the arguments about why this time genocide is fine that are being made by the people who are committing the genocide. You don't have to take seriously those who deny the conclusions of all major human rights institutions and the overwhelming majority of genocide scholars who say that this is a genocide. This isn't something you ever need to be in a defensive posture about. This is the easiest, most...
Exactly, chat. Like, when we have Zionists come in, like, you know, like, they're the ones who should be on the defense, not us, because what we're doing is the only moral thing.
Straightforward moral issue of the 21st century.
Like, literally, the most straightforward moral issue of the 21st century, 100%. Like, yes, there are other things that are going on in the world that are deserving of our attention. But this is unique. This is a unique issue. Why are you posting Dave Chappelle in my chat? He's a massive transphobe. We don't support Dave Chappelle. Like he's used his platform to harm trans people. He's not just like anti-trans. You know, he's bad. Bad news.
If you oppose this genocide, you are right, and anyone who disagrees with you is wrong. It really is that simple.
Oh, it's just a GIF. Okay. Okay, it's just a GIF. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shit, I just closed the window. Shit. Shit. So profesh. Hey, it's me. I'm recommended to myself. That's kind of cool. Thank you, algorithm. What am I doing? Playlist. Oh, cool. It's still going.
If someone tries to put you on the back foot about your passion regarding the Gaza Holocaust, it is entirely legitimate to say opposing an active genocide requires no justification, or I refuse to defend my opposition to an ongoing live-streamed Holocaust that's backed by my own government.
For fucking real, though.
They're the one.
For fucking real, though. Like, I'm sorry. I'm so sick of having to fucking, like, defend this shit. Like, defend being against a genocide. And, like, you know, kind of mollycoddle people into getting it. Like, I'm so fucking sick of it. Like, it hasn't been live streamed for the last 2 fucking years.
Ones who are wrong. Make them defend their position.
Exactly.
Put them on the back foot.
Yes.
Interrogate their agendas. Cast.
So, like, that's kind of what I was trying to do with that Zio that was in chat. I was just kind of, you know, like, so why, you know, why do you love Israel? Like, okay, let's talk about the history of Zionism, because clearly you don't understand why Israel was created, because it wasn't meant to make Jews safe. It was actually meant to expel them from Europe. You know? So I'm like, you keep defending your positions, you know, I'll keep challenging you on them, because you're fundamentally wrong here. You're morally wrong, ethically wrong. And, you know, it's when when you're right, like, it's pretty easy to be confident in your takes. It's pretty easy to, you know, stick up for what's right, say what's right. But I'm just like, we shouldn't ever give them the upper hand with Zionist talking points. You know, like, there were a lot of those in chat today. Let's see. Oh, LT9K says I'm gonna hop off in the chat in a few so I can get ready for my show. Let's go. It's a shame I have to compete with you, the Vanguard. I started my show in July since Francesca doesn't stream on Fridays. Well, I'm sure you'll end up with more viewers than me, dude. I wouldn't worry about it. You have more subscribers than me. Valerie Doll. Valerie Doll. You watch so much content of people talking to Israelis. It's not logical. Their views come from another place. It's the Hasbara. Yeah. Wait, who do you mean he? Who's he? I'm confused. Yeah, like it's really not competition. You know, like, and that's kind of what I like about Kick is like the competition like the competitiveness is much less than I see on any of the other platforms where people will be a lot more supportive of you starting out or just being a streamer in general. And, you know, like help each other, you know, host each other and like give each other shout outs, you know, like it's a lot more of a positive environment than Purple Site or YouTube as far as the streamer community is concerned. Did you like that? I am having a good morning. I've been having a rough couple of weeks, but I'm hanging in there. And I felt very motivated today to talk about Palestine. So that is what we are doing. We've got just a minute left of this, and then we've got a song break. Also, LT9K, if you ever want to collab, let me know. I'd be happy to come on stream with you and talk about whatever. Yeah, I very much recommend streaming on Kick while you're doing the streaming thing. And if you need help to set up the multi-stream, hit me up on my new Discord account. It's in the den and the letter hacks and everything. I don't know, Soul Life, that's weird. But yeah, I would multi-stream your shit to YouTube and to Kick because Kick pays better and there's better community over here. So we like Kick. And they don't ban you for stupid shit. Like, if you do violate their rules, like, in some way, they, like, send you a message in chat. And they're like, hey, you need to check your email because you did something inappropriate. And I'm like, oh, shit, okay. No. Soul Life, not the Discord channel. Joker! Not the Discord channel. I have a new Discord account. Because I got locked out of mine. Hit me up on Discord and I set up an appearance learning to add guests from YouTube's feature to add guests that has you have to use your phone? No. That's silly. That's a silly way to do it. Like, that's silly. But yeah, we can I'll let you get to your show, and everybody make sure you're subscribed to LT9K here on YouTube, and I'll try to remember to hit you up in Discord and help you out a little bit. Because there's a lot easier ways to bring guests on. Like, you can use StreamYard for free with, like, I think it just has, like, a logo in the corner, but, like, you know, who cares? And then, Loons is a phone streamer? What? Okay. So you're not even dealing with, like, OBS or software to stream. Okay. Do you have a computer? Why are you doing it from your phone? Do you not have a computer? I'm sorry, I know you gotta go. Oh, yeah, you gotta go. It's the best I can do for now. Word. No, the cameras are fine on the phones. It's just the interface isn't ideal for streaming. Like, I've tried to stream mobile like once or twice, and I'm like, this is hard. Stream on my iPad, that would make it a little bit easier, but still. Yeah, you gotta get a computer, bro. Like, you can do it from a good laptop. Like, if you get a good laptop, you can do it from a laptop, but like a desktop is preferred. But like, if it's a decent laptop, that works too. But like, man. Tablets do tend to be precise, yeah. Yeah, I mean, a tablet would be easier than a phone for sure, but like, man, oh man. Because it just limits, it really limits what you can do on your stream. Might need a laptop for Christmas. Dude, I bet if you like made like a little like Ko-Fi for it, you could get people from all over the internet to fucking throw you money to help you get set up. That's what I would do. I would make a Ko-Fi to get you a computer and promote the shit out of it in all the places you mod. Be like, hey, I am streaming, but I need a computer, so hit up my Ko-Fi. And people will probably give you money because they like you. Yeah, Joker needs one too. Joker needs one too, guys. I've been trying to get him to set up something like a GoFundMe or a Ko-Fi, or even let me like pay him, and he won't. So, not that I can afford to pay you now, but there was a period of time where I was making good enough money over on Kick that I was like, I could pay a mod. I could easily pay a mod with what I was making, but times are not so good. Oh. Anyway, also Joker, you still have like 2 readings on the books with my mom. Like, I think like multiple. I think she said you have 2 that you've already purchased, and so she's been waiting for you to like reach out for them. There's a full moon and lunar eclipse in Pisces coming up. I would recommend getting a reading for that. Okay. All right. Oh. Let's get back into it, shall we? Get to your show, baby. And then anytime you guys want to post LT9K's link whenever he goes live, feel free to do so. People can at least go give him a like and stuff, and then we'll do a, depending on how long he's online, we might be able to do a soft raid, because I have not been able to get through this fucking content. Holy shit. That's only 1:30. I got time. But yeah, I don't have to go until like after Vitingale. I don't know how long you're going to be streaming. Yeah. Pisces moon, baby. Moon in Pisces. Which, like, fucking water signs. Are you... They make everybody like emotional and like crazy. Like I mean, my Venus is in Pisces and my ascendant sign is Cancer. So I have like a significant amount of water heavy in my chart for being a fire sign. And I'm like, that's why I'm so fucking emotional. I take things personally and shit. It's all the water in my fucking chart. And then it sucks because my Venus being in Pisces makes me attracted to water signs, which I'm not really that compatible with. So, kind of annoying. All right, that was a little astrology break. God knows we need breaks. All right. So, back to the contents. Circling back. Yeah, being autistic fucking doesn't help. You liar. Oh, you mean... Was that a kappa? Are you capping? I even have like the BTTV extensions in. Oh. Like, I don't think kappa works on YouTube. Tap A, then spacebar? I don't know. I can't figure it out. I don't care that much. It's fine. Hey, Kick, you still alive out there? I don't know how many viewers I have. I can't see. So, if you're still out there on Kick, say what's up. It's been pretty quiet. YouTube's been where all the action's been happening. I fucking wish I could listen to copyrighted music on YouTube. Holy shit. I like really need... We have music coming up. We have music break coming. Hey, Allie. Hi, Moses. We have a music break coming, but it's not the song I want to hear. I would definitely get bopped if I played it. So anyway, let's get back into this. I think everyone else should have audio. I think it's a you thing. Oh no, what did I do? Okay, it's fine. Whew, okay. You got this, Adrienne. Because I did get here just in time during a break. It's not the middle of a content video playing. Yeah. I mean, we've been taking lots of breaks because there's been a lot of shit to talk about. Like, we are 1, 2, 3, No, we're okay. So we watched positive leftist news, and then when we started getting into the Israel stuff, we got some trolls over on the YouTubes. Actually, some Zionist Israeli trolls. So that was pretty entertaining. So been taking lots of breaks because there's been a lot of shit to talk about, and like I haven't talked about politics or Palestine for a hot minute, so I have a lot of thoughts and a lot to express. Also, reminder, everything at the merch store goes to profits for Palestinian charities. So check out the merch store. There's a lot of great stuff on there. And all the profits go to Palestinian liberation charities. So hey Seth Evans, you're you. What? What? What's you to you? Stopping a genocide? That's gross. Come on. Take the cock out of your mouth and type. Oh. I was like, I thought you were a cool one, but like there's been so many fucking trolls today. I was like, isn't Seth Evans like one of our like regulars? But you say ew as your first comment in my chat, I'm gonna take it fucking personally. Yeah, no, I was like, I recognize Seth Evans' name and shit, but I was just like, man, like, you know, sorry for my remark there. It's been a day. It's been a week. It's been a year. All right, let's get back into the fucking content so I can get to a music break, because that's really what I need. Need some tunage. Germ! Hello! Okay, this whole video is 3 minutes and 37 seconds long. I am going to run it back to the beginning, not interrupt it. We're going to get through it, and then we're going to watch the music video from Double Down News with Loki. Timing and context are indeed critical. Yes. All right.
Opposing an ongoing genocide requires no justification. Opposing an ongoing genocide requires no explanation or justification. You don't have to justify why you care about stopping an ongoing genocide. You don't have to reassure anyone that your opposition to the ongoing genocide isn't driven by hatred of Jews. You don't have to defend your prioritizing stopping an active genocide above all other issues. You don't have to explain why you're paying more attention to this genocide than the other bad things that are happening in the world. You don't have to explain why a group of people shouldn't be genocided just because some of them did a violent thing. You don't have to address all the arguments about why this time genocide is fine that are being made by the people who are committing the genocide. You don't have to take seriously those who deny the conclusions of all major human rights institutions and the overwhelming majority of genocide scholars who say that this is a genocide. This isn't something you ever need to be in a defensive posture about. This is the easiest, most straightforward moral issue of the 21st century. If you oppose this genocide, you are right, and anyone who disagrees with you is wrong. It really is that simple. If someone tries to put you on the back foot about your passion regarding the Gaza Holocaust, it is entirely legitimate to say, opposing an active genocide requires no justification, or I refuse to defend my opposition to an ongoing live-streamed Holocaust that's backed by my own government. They're the ones who are wrong. Make them defend their position. Put them on the back foot. Interrogate their agendas. Cast suspicion on their motives. Call them crazy and evil. Accuse them of racism and religious bigotry. Shout them down. Shut them up. They're the ones doing something freakish and nefarious, not you. The only reason anyone is expected to defend their opposition to the Gaza Holocaust is because our own Western governments support said Holocaust. If this was being perpetrated by a government like Russia, China, or Iran, the default expectation would be that we would oppose it, and anyone supporting it would be aggressively interrogated. It's only because of blind, bootlicking subservience to our ruling power structure that our compatriots look at us askance when we say Israel is committing genocide with the support of its Western allies. Make no mistake about where the moral authority stands here. This isn't something we need to be on the defense about. It's something we need to be on the attack about. They're the ones who have no moral, factual, or logical standing. They're the ones who have to lie all the time to justify their position. Put them against the ropes and keep them there. Take not one step backward.
Burn the system down and start a fire. Marching down the street saying you invited. Yo, Nico, come outside. Fist up in the air and put it higher. We the people gotta stay united. Burn the system down and start a fire. Marching down the street saying you invited. Fist up in the air and put it higher. We the people gotta stay united.
Then I defend the post, I just might dispose of these CEOs. They just gotta go eating the rich cause we dying of hunger pain. Swear that we living inside of the Hunger Games. This a monopoly playing a money game. You wanna wipe picket fence on a sunny day, huh? Your favorite rapper probably went to Diddy parties. It's decided we don't side with any parties, no. Republican, Democrat, this be the death of that. It's time to settle that. Molotov in my hand, make them all scared again. Collective consciousness, it's time to rise again. Rich in the Zionists, this is the final end. And in the IOFN and the Zionists, you a lion in bed with liars and straight supplying with guns and violence. It's no surprise that we reach the lions, then light the fire, then we can rise again. They keep provoking our freedom. Under the rubble we breathing. The people that gave me a reason, I will not stop till I free them. See the signs, they feed us lies and redefine what freedom lies. We need to rise, we can't comply with genocide. These greedy minds will suit and ties will meet the minds. Better watch your back because the people had enough. People been sleeping, now it's time to wake them all up.
Burn the system down and start a fire. Marching down the streets and you invited. Fist up in the air and put it higher. We the people gotta stay united.
Okay, first things first, free Gaza. I need Elon's body dropping. I need TNT in Congress. I need Luigi in my roster.
Getting janitorial, got no street sweeper. Big fan of dead leaders, VIP meet and greet 'em. Treat any money mo, how I treat my CEO like Bird. But all I can see now is just the other day, I was scrolling on my phone though, trying to cope with the notion that I'm culpable. Saw the trolley pound at the POTUS with a locomotive. Band together first, then focus on your locomotive. 756, really it's a low total. Come get in the mix. Teach you how to toe the pole. Walking with a stick, hits up from a stone's throw. Since you love big tech, got forward. Hit a 187 on a piggy if you want to make a difference. SpaceX ain't the only ones with a mission. My team got the rockets out and used to try to catch them all. Trying to decimate the deficit down to the very last decimal. Look, I don't know how to balance a budget, but I know how to take every last ounce of blood out of your stomach. I feel like Neo would play me. I ain't the one. I said I am the eye in the sun. Blinded by rage, got bell on the side of my gun. Defiant, denying, defund. Fine with the timing, compliant. I'm not the pious. Go try me. I'm lighting them up. Say, give me the mic. I am live from the mud. What they may say, it's on the hook. What the kids say, it's on the jump.
Burn the system down and start a fire. Marching down the streets and you invited. Fist up in the air and put it higher. We the people gotta stay united. Burn the system down and start a fire. Marching down the streets and you invited. Fist up in the air and put it higher. We the people gotta stay united.
Let's go.
I enjoyed that quite a bit. I hope you guys did too. That is the Neighborhood Kids with Damage. Start a Fire. Dropped about a month ago. It is available on all streaming platforms, so check it out. Give them some love. Gaza was a grindcore band. They broke up though. I will check them out off stream, Germ. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, that shit fucking... I still get chills when I hear this beat. Like... Ooh. It's one of the best things they've, like, collectively ever released. Like, Damage is one of my favorite artists, and, like, I've liked the Neighborhood Kids, but, like, this collab is one of the best things they've done. Yeah, so it can't be copyrighted music, but you can always put it in the Discord for me to check out, you know, if there's something you want me to listen to. Or check me out on Kick, where they don't care about copyrighted music. And we can play whatever I want. Alright, so now we're going to get into two pieces from Double Down News. First with Katie Hunter, Helper, not Katie Hunter, Katie Helper. I did catch snippets of this yesterday, I think, on Struggle Force, so some of you might have already seen it, but I did not get the whole thing, and we're gonna talk about it. It's yeah. Let's get into it. I need my mom to shut the fuck up. I bet y'all can hear her, because I can hear her picking up on the microphone. She's being so loud. Oh my god.
It brings me no pleasure to compare what Israel's doing to what the Nazis did. But how can we not? Because you have things like ghettos, you have things like starvation, you have things like concentration camps, you have things like the planned, systematic extermination of people. Now, a lot of people talk about the banality of evil. There was a real cold detachment, industrialized murder of Jews and others during the Holocaust. What's so disturbing about what Israel is doing and the IDF is doing is that they are doing it with...
Why are you sus about Aaron Mate? Like, Aaron Mate has made some questionable choices, but like with who he partners with, but ultimately I think that's a lot of propaganda. I mean, he's Gaber Mate's son. But he's not Jimmy Dore, is he? Oh, you can't hear her? That's cool. I don't know, like... Jimmy Dore is a piece of shit, but like... I wouldn't be sus about some... Like, I'm not sus about Aaron Mate, and I would definitely not be sus about Katie Helper for doing a show with him. Just my opinion. Joker! I like the other mates. All right, well, we're going to get back to the beginning of this.
It brings me no pleasure to compare what Israel's doing to what the Nazis did. But how can we not? Because you have things like ghettos.
That's just bannable immediately.
You have things like starvation. You have things like concentration camps. You have things like the planned, systematic extermination of people. Now, a lot of people talk about the banality of evil. There was a real cold detachment, industrialized murder of Jews and others during the Holocaust. What's so disturbing about what Israel is doing and the IDF is doing is that they are doing it with glee. And unlike the Nazis, they're not hiding it. And we know this because they document this. They document not just the war crimes, but they document their glee. You even have Israeli soldiers themselves comparing themselves to Nazis. One of them said, "I felt like a Nazi. It looked exactly like we were the Nazis and they were the Jews." They, of course, being Palestinians. Another soldier said it is justified and, in fact, essential to learn from every possible source, even, however shocking it may sound, how the German army fought in the Warsaw Ghetto. So there we have Israeli soldiers literally learning from Nazi tactics and comparing themselves explicitly to the Nazis and the Palestinians to the Jews. Ironically, according
Oh yeah, I love Damage's Discord.
to the International
Did I ever tell you about the show, Valerie? In Chicago, we got to meet her, got pictures with her and shit. It was amazing.
Holocaust Remembrance Association definition of anti-Semitism, it is anti-Semitic to, quote, draw comparisons between contemporary Israeli policies to that of the Nazis. So I guess those soldiers are themselves anti-Semitic, according to this definition. Another point of comparison, although it's actually a point of departure, is the relationship between the genocide and public opinion. Now, the Nazis tried as best they could to hide what they were doing. And in fact, the biggest concentration camps that they built were outside of Germany. And they didn't do them in public places. And even though it was illegal to resist the Nazis, you did have some resistance from people who were fighting against what the Nazis were doing within Germany. In Israel, however, everyone knows what's happening. It's documented by legacy media, it's documented by social media, and yet the vast majority of Israelis think that the government is using either an appropriate amount of force or not enough force against the Palestinians. You even have young people dancing to genocide. Another thing that Israeli society seems to be a-okay with is the rape of Palestinians. Now, Western media spread a narrative of mass rape used as a weapon by Hamas. Every single so-called witness to rape on October 7th has backtracked. No media, however, has corrected this. But what has the Western media totally ignored, which, ironically enough, the Israeli media has covered? The rape of Palestinians. There's literal video footage of Israeli soldiers who pick up a Palestinian, raise their shields to hide what they're doing, but are obviously gang raping him. So what happened next? There were protests. Protests against the rape? No. There were protests that have been dubbed right to rape protests. You have people, including members of government, you have soldiers, you have civilians, who protested the punishment of rapists. That's what they were upset about. It really is insane when you think about it. Literally, the entire Western media apparatus devoted itself to talking about rapes for which there is no evidence, and devoted itself to remaining silent about rapes which were documented by Israeli media. One Israeli journalist in a Times of Israel blog post said, "Lebensraum needed for Israel's exploding population." And if that sounds familiar, it may be because Hitler used the word Lebensraum in Mein Kampf to describe what was needed to move the German population eastward. Likewise, Israel is expanding, not just in Palestine, the West Bank, Gaza, but also Syria and Lebanon. And there are calls from up on high, from Israeli officials, for creating a greater Israel. This plan for Greater Israel is so frightening that even Moshe Yaalon, a former IDF commander, said,
על עליונות יהודית מיין קאמפ במהופך. שערותיי סומרות שאני...
This shit's so fucked.
That even Moshe Yalon, a former IDF commander, said
על עליונות יהודית.
That was world fuck.
commander said
על עליונות יהודית.
The worldview is based on Jewish supremacy. Mein Kampf in reverse. My hair stands on end as I say
other
this.
comparisons that one cannot help but draw between the Israeli government and the Nazi government. Hitler in 1939, speaking to the German parliament, said, if the world of international financial Jewry, both in and outside of Europe, should succeed in plunging the nations into another world war, the result will be the extermination of the Jewish race in Europe. In 2016, during an interview, former Defense Minister Avigdor Lieberman said, quote, if they, the people of Gaza, engage in a new war on Israel, it will be the final war for them because we will completely destroy them. The following is a quote from Heinrich Himmler, the head of the SS. We had the moral right, we had the duty to our people to destroy this people which wanted to destroy us. Now listen to this from Ezra Yakin, a veteran from the Deir Yassin massacre, one of the worst massacres of the Nakba, who on October 13th, 2023, talked to Israeli soldiers about the need to go into battle.
Be triumphant and finish them off as quickly as possible until there is no memory of them. Erase them, their families, mothers and children. These animals can no longer live. Tomorrow, Hezbollah could send airstrikes on us, and all the Arabs in the land here may rise against us. We have no excuse. Every Jew with a weapon should go out and kill them. If you have an Arab neighbor, don't wait until he comes into your house. Enter his house and shoot.
Some of the things that were said and written by early founders of Zionism sounded like they could have been said and written by Nazis. We can see this clearly with Theodor Herzl, the founder of political Zionism. Herzl blamed Jews for creating
Anyone in chat ever played that game, Zionist or Nazi? It's like, it's impossible. It's fucking impossible.
anti-Semitism. He said that anti-Semitism was caused by, quote, our excessive production of mediocre intellects. In some point in our history, some inferior human material got into our unfortunate people and blended with it. He also said, we want to let respectable anti-Semites participate in our project being the founding of Israel. He also said, the anti-Semites will become our most dependable friends, the anti-Semitic country.
This is the founder of Zionism, Theodor Herzl. The anti-Semitic countries are our allies, like Jesus, like.
Our allies. Zvi Jabotinsky, the father of revisionist or right-wing Zionism, said, the Jews are very nasty people and their neighbors hate them, and they are right. Our starting point is to take the typical Yid of today and to imagine his diametrical opposite. Because the Yid is ugly, sickly, and lacks decorum, we shall endow the ideal image of the Hebrew with masculine beauty. He was also open about the colonial nature of Zionism. We shall try to spirit the penniless population, Palestinians, across the border by procuring employment for it in the transit countries, while denying it employment in our country. But the process of expropriation and the removal of the poor must be carried out discreetly and circumspectly. Uri Zvi Greenberg, an Israeli poet, journalist,
hey, Salty
and
Kami, welcome in.
Said, those loathsome Jews are vomited out by any healthy collective and states, not because they are Jews, but because of their Jewish repulsiveness. David Ben-Gurion, the first prime minister of Israel, said, Jews, quote, have no roots. They are rootless cosmopolitans. There can be nothing worse than that. They are sterile Jewish masses living parasitically off of the body of an alien economic body. Lest you think that Israel was founded to save the Jews, listen to this fascinating quote by Ben-Gurion. If I knew that it was possible to save all the children of Germany by transporting them to England and only half by transferring them to the land of Israel, I would choose the latter. So there you have famous Zionists and Israel's first prime minister, David Ben-Gurion, saying he was willing to let hundreds of thousands of Jewish children die for a national project. Creating a Jewish majority where there was none was obviously going to lead to, at the very least, ethnic cleansing. And when there was resistance, it would lead to massacres and ultimately genocides. And that's what we're seeing today. An Israeli protester said in June 2025,
I want to apologize to the world. To be a Jew and Israeli in a country that behaves like the Germany, the Nazis at 1940. Israel is now a complete copy of what happened in Germany.
I never felt comfortable making comparisons between Nazi Germany and contemporary Israel. But today I find myself unable to remain silent about the similarities. You can't help but comparing the emaciated skeletal bodies of Palestinians and Palestinian children to the emaciated and skeletal bodies of Jewish people during the Nazi Holocaust. And when you see videos of people in concentration camps during the Holocaust clamoring for food, how can you not think of the Palestinians trying to get food from the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which lures them by offering them food only to kettle them or shoot them? I myself lost family members during the
Yeah, Salty Kami. There was a streamer on the other site, I won't name who, but was like, you know, basically saying like, it's okay if you don't want to make that comparison. And I'm like, not, is it? You know, like if you're still uncomfortable with that comparison, like you don't, I'm like, but it's kind of, you know, relevant. It's incredibly relevant to make that comparison. So like I didn't necessarily agree with that take.
Holocaust, and I've spent the last year and a half interviewing Holocaust survivors who are themselves speaking out against the genocide Israel is currently.
Salty Kami says, after 2 years of genocide being live streamed to our phones, you are still uncomfortable with making a comparison, then fuck you. Yeah.
Currently perpetuating. How can we be bystanders to a genocide when genocide exterminated so many of our people? Never again doesn't just require us not to commit genocide, it requires us not to be silent. We must speak out. We cannot be silent bystanders. Never again is now. You never hear opinions like these in the mainstream media or on legacy media.
Rock S says about 90% of all Jews are Zionists. 1, I don't think that's true. And 2, what's your point? Please, go on. You have streamers' attention. What else do you want to say, Barack? Right, but you made a comment saying that 90% of all Jews are Zionists. What's your point? Yeah, like, by the way, do you have any citations or sources to back that stat up? Because that's just not true. But again, kind of curious as to what your point is with that comment, especially as a first-time chatter. Right, Salty Kami? Like, I feel the same way. I'm like, I know a lot of Jewish people, and like I would say the majority of them are not Zionists. And again, yes, that's anecdotal, but it's true in my experience. 60% of Jews are in Israel. Yeah, you don't know me, fam. Like, welcome to my stream. Welcome to my chat. How's it going? I hope you're having a good one. What's your point? Soul Life, do you know him from BC?
You see, what happened in October is that the Israelis got their talking points out brilliantly. And as someone who's done public communications, I can recognize. So the narrative went out. It was a surprise attack. There was no real context. There were Hamas.
Yeah, quick cursory internet search from a comrade over here is says 45% of the world's Jewish population lives in Israel, not 60. So like, you just making things up now? I know them from many leftist chats. Some they're cool in, others not so much. Huh, okay, interesting.
Butchers, they killed 1,400 people or 1,200. There was no context.
Well, they're throwing they're throwing out some fucked up stats for like no reason, and like most Mizrahi Jews fled to Israel when they were kicked from their Arab countries. That's not actually true. That's not what happened. Like that's a lie. Like fleeing to Israel because they're trying to build an ethnic supremacist Jewish state is not the same as being forcibly expelled from your homeland. Right, sure had nothing to do with Mossad. Surely there were no wars going on then. Israel wasn't committing a fucking massacre after massacre after massacre. So, false flag attacks made both against and in the name of Iraqi Jewish population, for example. Yeah. Popularity of opinion is in fact 100% irrelevant to the factual substance at hand. Yeah, for sure. Like what people support, is irrelevant to me. So you're saying that like 90% of all Jews are Zionists, which is a lie. But like, again, I don't care. Like, I don't give a fuck. That means literally nothing to me.
Implement its right of self-defense.
Israel has a right to defend itself.
Israel must have that.
It doesn't have a right to defend itself. Israel does not have a right to defend itself.
It does have that right to defend herself.
All of those talking points.
Ian Pape is a world-renowned scholar, so I kind of believe him more than some rando on the internet.
Are wrong. There was a context, the context of 1948, the dispossession of the Palestinians, the context.
Here, why don't you learn a little bit, sweetheart?
You see, what happened in October is that the Israelis got their talking points out brilliantly. And as someone who's done public communications, I can recognize. So the narrative went out. It was a surprise attack. There was no real context. There were Hamas butchers. They killed 1,400 people or 1,200. There was no context. Israel could do whatever it liked in order to implement its right of self-defense.
Israel has a right to defend it.
Bitch, are you fucking for real? Oh my god, this chatter. So Israel would just let 250 of its citizens kidnap? Have you heard of the Hannibal Directive? Like, yes. Yes, they would. Are you fucking serious? Wow, what a dumb take. Like, literally, yeah. You know nothing about imperialism, settler colonialism? I guarantee you if there is a true accounting of what happened on October 7th, we're going to find out Israeli genocidal forces killed most of their own people. Yeah. I mean, like, just the evidence on the ground was very, very clear that they were torching cars for evidence, you know, like they were this, like, I can't remember what munitions were used, but they used munitions on houses that Hamas didn't have. So, yeah, no. A lot of people who were killed on October 7th were killed by the IOF. All right. I don't know what happened to our troll. I think they gave up or some shit. Palestinian resistance didn't have heavy enough weapons to cause the damage. It was done to those cars or those buildings. It was done by tank fire and Hellfire missiles. Exactly. Gazans. This chatter says Gazans record themselves doing everything with GoPros. I think you mean the militant wing of Hamas and not Ansar Allah. That's Yemen. The Al-Sam brigades. I think you're talking about those specific militant fighters, not Gazans. And, like, good for them. Yeah, they fought back against violent occupation. Good for them. I support the Palestinian resistance. Do you? Anyway, so if you would like to learn a little bit.
You see, what happened in October is that the Israelis got their talking points out brilliantly. And as someone who's done public communications, I can
You've obviously
so the narrative
bought a lot of Israeli talking points, honey.
Real context. There were Hamas butchers.
This probably isn't the space for you.
1,200.
You support Israel's right to defend itself? See, it's funny because Israel actually doesn't have the right to defend itself against people it occupies per international law. So what you support is an illegal war crime. You support war crimes. By definition. Israel does not have the right to defend itself against the Palestinian people, ever. It fundamentally doesn't. So, again, those are just Israeli talking points. I don't think this is the chat for you, honey.
Order to implement its right of self-defense.
Israel has a right to defend itself.
Israel must have that, does have that right to defend.
So the prisoners of war that you're referring to, the prisoners of war that you're referring to, Hamas has offered to release them time and time again, and Israel says no. So if you actually cared about the prisoners of war that you speak about, you wouldn't be supporting Israel's right to defend itself. You would be supporting the Palestinian resistance.
Defend herself.
All of those talking points are wrong. There
Literally
was
wrong.
The context
It's literally
of
not true.
The dispossession of the Palestinians. The context of 1967. The context of
Start
the
learning a little.
occupation, 2007. The context of the blockade, and then all the conflicts that happened since then. The idea that Israel has the right of self-defense. According to the 2004 legal opinion of the ICJ, occupied people cannot be attacked. The occupying power has an obligation to protect them. And yet here was Israel destroying, blowing them up, doing all these terrible things to them. The idea that it was a butchery by Hamas. People don't report much on the Hannibal Directive. And this is a directive that comes, it's an IDF directive that they put to their soldiers. Haaretz, the newspaper in Israel, has reported, has investigated this. There were at least 3 areas where the Hannibal Directive was invoked. Helicopters came in and simply destroyed anyone
shut
that
the fuck
was
up and
trying
listen.
to get back into Gaza. That included Israeli soldiers, Israeli hostages, and Hamas and others from Gaza. So there were charred bodies, cars completely blown to smithereens. We don't know how much of that was Hamas and how much of that was the Israeli army. We simply don't know. And yet we accept this narrative that there were these terrorists who came over and butchered 1,400 people. So, as I say, the Israeli talking points are either wrong or simply unsubstantiated. And yet that was the narrative which has taken hold.
I saw little kids who are beheaded. We didn't know which head belongs to which kid.
That's
We
just
saw
a lie.
little baby in an oven.
That's a
These
lie.
bastards put these babies in an oven and put on their oven.
That's
This
a
idea
lie.
that it started on
Just
October 7th.
lies.
I first went to Gaza in 2006, and there was a blockade, a collective punishment.
The blockade of the Gaza Strip is creating an atmosphere of deprivation that can only deepen the sense of hopelessness and despair among people.
The whole blockade of Gaza and all the cruelty and economic stifling that we saw, all of that was part of a much bigger design, which ultimately is the determination by Israel that Palestine should not be a state, the Palestinians should not have the right to self-determination.
Our experience is that this radicalizes an already demoralized and isolated population, and the radicalization of Gaza does not serve the interests of peace.
In 2014, I was the UNRWA spokesperson when, during the war, actually, let me not call it a war, it isn't a war. You know, a war is between 2 opposing armies, and this is a group, 2.3 million people behind a fence who are completely defenseless, and yet we talk about Israel's right to self-defense. We don't talk about the right of self-defense of 2.3 million people who have absolutely nobody to defend them, and that's why actually it isn't a war, it's something else. It's a genocide, actually. So what happened was the Israelis hit a school, and Al Jazeera Arabic called me up and wanted an interview, and the Israelis had hit one of our schools. Children had been killed, their parents had been killed as they slept in the morning in an UNRWA facility, and you know, they went to that facility thinking that they would have.
Aww.
I really can't talk about it.
Oh my God. My heart.
I really can't talk about it. It really triggers me. Let me try and carry on. Can you edit this bit?
Oh.
It just triggers me. It really
Like
does.
we can,
The
but we
rights of
won't.
Palestinians, even their children, are wholesale denied, and it's appalling.
Oh my God.
I think it really speaks to man's inhumanity to man that in 2014 there were 530 odd children who were killed, and this was absolutely appalling.
We have seen a school hit directly, children sleeping next to their parents on the floor of a UN
2014. History did not start on October 7th, you dumb motherfuckers.
designated safe area have been killed. It is an affront to the humanity of all of us. The world should hang its head in shame.
Did you tell them about the location of this school and how many people were inside?
17 times we called to give them
17
the precise
times.
coordinates of this school and to inform them of the fact that 3,300 people had taken refuge there. So that is certainly not an excuse that can be given.
This is the second time this has happened with a large loss of life. How should the international community respond?
Well, we've made it quite clear that it's time for accountability. We've made it quite clear that those with the power to act should take deliberate political action. Nothing happened in the way of sanctioning the Israelis. We've now moved to a point where at least 20,000 children have been killed. We don't know how many. And yet, again, there is absolutely no meaningful international reaction. It's an abomination and the world should hang its head in shame. In 2014, in a very short war, over 2,000 Palestinians were killed, and there was frankly not much outrage whatsoever. Quite the reverse. People argued that Israel had the right to self-defense. And yet, on October the 7th, half that number were killed, and yet there's sort of massive outrage. Of course, circumstances were different. You had the Israeli army indiscriminately bombing densely populated civilian areas. I would argue that's right up there on the scale of evil, against a prescribed organisation crossing over and, admittedly a fence built round them and doing the things that they did. I don't think that comparing kinds of evil gets us very far, but one can certainly conclude that the international reaction to a Palestinian death is not the same as the international reaction to an Israeli or a Jewish death. And I think that double standard is undeniable. Clearly there is a double standard that 40 beheaded babies that Hamas allegedly did completely fake news wrong, made headlines, front pages, people like Piers Morgan bought into it.
I choked up earlier reading this new revelation about 40 babies being killed.
Oh my God.
And some of them being beheaded.
Biden bought into it.
I never really thought that I would see and have confirmed pictures of terrorists
Fucking genocidal fucking liar.
beheading children.
All sorts of people bought into it.
Babies and toddlers were found with their heads decapitated.
And yet you've got stories of beheaded babies, fetuses not being even considered as a news story. We also got, there are 150 babies born every day in Gaza, and there are no anaesthetics. So women are giving birth by caesarean section without anaesthetic. I want every mother listening to this to consider what that means. Having your stomach cut open for your child to be born without an anaesthetic. What has to happen in Gaza for the world to wake up to this massive double standard is extraordinary. And what we're now having today is people who've been starved literally to death are crawling to get food. They're being shot at directly by Israeli marksmen, and they're then being taken to hospitals where there are no drugs and anaesthetics to treat them. How more inhumane can we get? What's so extraordinary about it is that both the Israeli public and those who support Israel have lost their humanity.
How many civilians have been killed in Gaza, from what you know?
Who gives a shit?
Okay, but don't you feel like, for example, children?
Children grow up to be Arabs.
That's the extraordinary thing, that both within Israel, Israeli media self-censor, so they don't see a lot of it, but there's plenty of social media of Israeli soldiers posting on the internet the appalling things they are doing. But seeing the desensitization, that's the first thing that has to happen if you're going to have a genocide, actually. A conspiracy theorist might say that this was part of a genocide that's been going on since 1948. And Raphael Lemkin, the man who coined the phrase genocide, was very...
Yeah, I don't think you have to be a conspiracy theorist to say that.
Quick to say that genocide is a continuum, and many Palestinians would say that this continuum began in 1948 with the Nakba. It continues through the gradual dispossession to 1967, where you have the occupation, and if you're in Gaza, all the way through to the blockade of Gaza, which began in 2006.
Salty Commie shares, we need to stop referring to the world in the way we do. When he says, when will the world wake up? I'm pretty sure most of the masses are not on the side of the Zionist entity. The world he's referring to is the ruling class. They will not be moved by anything except the masses. Yes.
Then you have a series of wars in Gaza because, of course, Hamas and others aren't going to lie there and play dead. They're going to try and resist this blockade, which is an illegal collective punishment. They don't have a
Welcome back,
conventional
Ferret.
army. What can they do? They make rockets. I'm not someone who says that rockets are a good thing. Clearly they kill civilians, and clearly they're a violation of international law because they're so inaccurate. You can't tell where they're going to go. Nonetheless, I think there is a reason for these rockets, and that's 2007 and the imposition of the blockade. And then what's happened is that the wars in Gaza have seen such little reaction from the outside world. The United States principally, but Germany, the European Union, Britain, they haven't sanctioned Israel. They're very belatedly imposed very, very soft and limited sanctions. And so at every stage, Israel has continued with this genocidal project, has looked over its shoulder and seen almost no international reaction. And so incrementally, it's got worse. And that's how we've got to a stage where I can burst into tears on international television and people can be very moved by it. And then here we are all these years later, and children are being slaughtered in a genocidal campaign live on our television sets, and no one seems to care. It's astonishing. But the world will pay a very high price for this lack of humanity. Those governments which were on the wrong side of history will learn, and I think very harshly, that they were on the wrong side of history.
A siege is appropriate? Cutting off power, cutting off water?
Well, I think that Israel does have that right.
I think those politicians who are directly sanctioning genocide will be held to account. And I think that ultimately the state of Israel will face real destitution and ruin. So it doesn't end well for anybody, but least of all for the tens of thousands of civilians who have been butchered in Gaza. If accountability and justice does come, it'll mean absolutely nothing to them, and that's a huge tragedy. Gaza is unique in the annals of contemporary warfare in being the only conflict with a fence around it. Imagine any city anywhere in the world with 2 million people in it crammed in to this area behind a fence, and imagine then this kind of destructive conflict taking place every 3 years. There would be absolute outrage and dismay internationally, and that's what we should be seeing over Gaza today. What's really interesting about trauma in Gaza is that after the first conflict in 2008, a child was traumatized. Then in the next one, let's call it 2012, the child is dealing with the real trauma that's going on in its life and the remembered trauma. So there's double trauma. And then in the third trauma, you get the real trauma in the present being dealt with, and the second trauma, and the first trauma. So there's layer upon layer of trauma that these children are dealing with as there's more and more conflict. And that's the terrifying thing, that there are children who are being re-traumatized and re-traumatized and re-traumatized. And one talks about intergenerational trauma, that not only are these children who've been traumatized so many times, but they're going to pass their trauma on to the next generation, and that's really terrifying.
All of this, what do you expect me to do? Fix it? I'm only 10. I can't even do anything this more. I just want to be a doctor or anything to help my people, my cat. I'm just a kid. I don't even know what to do. You see all of the kids around me? They're just kids. Why wouldn't you just send a missile to them and kill them? It's not fair. It's not fair.
I shy away from the analysis that says Palestinians are somehow in their DNA going to be terrorists and people who rise up and butcher their neighbours and whatever. I think that trauma has many different ways of expressing itself. But I think the key point here is that it's an obligation of the world to make sure that trauma is dealt with in a way which is best for each and every individual that's traumatized. I mean, the key thing about Palestinian resistance, I think, is it takes many, many different forms because the Palestinians are so intelligent and so creative. So, of course, just being there, just being on the land, just surviving on the land, saying, I'm here and I will not be moved. You can't genocide me out of history. That in itself is a hugely powerful revolutionary statement. But on the other hand, you've got Palestinians doing the boycott, disinvest and sanctions. There are many different ways that Palestinians resist. But the fact is they have the right to resist occupation, and they must never have that right taken away from them. Every Palestinian must be free, and every Palestinian must be free wherever they are. You hear the Likud charter saying, from the river to the sea, there will be no Palestinians. My point is that wherever the Palestinians are, they have a full range of rights as defined in the 30 articles of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the foundational document that gives us all of our rights, and those rights include the right to self-determination. The Palestinians must, and I believe will have one day, all of those rights. I think that predictions of the demise of the Palestinian people are premature. And I think that because time and time again, through so many of the conflicts, the Palestinians simply pick themselves up. Their dignity is somehow restored through their amazing humanity, and they carry on. And the tragic and the very sad thing in a way about all this is that I have no doubt that the children in Gaza who you see playing in the refugee camps, the children who you see striving to get an education, those sorts of vignettes of life in Gaza are the seeds of hope. And although it's very easy to cede to the counsel of despair, I refuse to do that. And I think that it's wrong really to talk about the final solution to the Palestinians. I think there are many Israelis and Americans in their sort of Hitlerian mindsets would love to see this as the final solution of the Palestinians. But the Palestinians are much bigger than that, and they have too long a history of national revolution and national pride. And I think we're going to see that rising from the ashes of Gaza. Double Down News brands itself as the future of journalism.
We don't want a two-state. We demand 48. Hell yeah, Salty Kami. All right, another little jammy for you folks. Got through some heavy news. Here you go. Here you go. I'm gonna dip out for just a sec.
Reflect the time, stop business as usual, stop the genocide. It's land back from Philippines to Palestine. It's time to uprise till we're all free. Fuck individualism, this is collectivism. No more consumerism, tune into global rhythms. We make the revolution irresistible. Leaning on each other, holding them accountable. They turning humans into robot cops. Slaves to empires, brains whitewashed. They put whiteness in religious laws. Gave them rights to enslave mass graves, land theft, prison jobs. Real loves and decolonization. Total liberation of our nation. Stop the killings and the occupation. Changing, using radical imagination. Together we're amazing. Write a record, I wanna reflect the time. Stop business as usual, stop the genocide. I don't wanna write a record, I wanna reflect the time. Stop business as usual.
We said it, freedom, yes, we'll get it. Revolutionary message, genocide, don't let it pass you by. Children continue to die, yeah, ask me why. People in land colonized, live in a prison state. Daily they discriminate, rather kill than integrate. Watching us disintegrate, but you cannot imitate our style in your face. Revolution illustrate, truth will disseminate. Land back from Peru to Palestine, killing people for some oil, land and some gasoline. I'm talking revolution, this is not an average dream. When you fight against the system built on white supremacy, I don't wanna write a song, I wanna reflect the times. For the industry with revolutionary minds. Colonizer forces, stop the business enterprise. 35,000 killed, Palestinian genocide.
No more division, unite, the fight for what's just. We are the people and it's time you hear us. Fuck your systems of suppression and negation. There's no justification for genocidal occupation. Mindset of a warrior mother needs to deepen the struggle. Looking out for one another. Fuck your ivory tower, fuck your abuse of power. Time to stand and deliver from the sea to the river. Atomic rocket phonics, what the fuck you gonna do? World leaders, it's all eyes on you. Show me the peace, show me the justice. Show me a leader who's here to protect us. School dude is a new stand back, we're ready to go. Time to reap what you sow. You can act like you don't know. Realize which lies are true though.
my resistance, sheer brilliance. But when the people lacking pigment ask what is this, I tell them I'm the Mother Earth hating business. They see a risk in children that are indigenous, and to their loss across the land they show indifference. So it don't come as no surprise to me when they letting the babies bleed for the oil and the greed. Funded by the land of the free, we march and we plead. Defund, divest, detract is the people's decree. So we taking it to the streets from the river to sea. You can block TikTok, but we still gon' speak. Press roll out on pause, it's a priority for all my people from Sudan, Congo to Haiti, Ethiopia, Myanmar, Tibet, and all my students too. South Africa making moves like how the Houthis. Stop this as usual, stop the genocide. Yeah, screaming free, free, free Palestine. Yeah, yeah, free, free, free Palestine. Screaming free, free Palestine.
قلنا في واحد قادم نجوم نطلع مش راضي يقول له في حد عايش يقول له
Okay, trigger warning, content warning. This is gonna be graphic. Let me get some trigger warnings in the chat.
نص ساعة هاي الحرب
The civil defense in Gaza Strip has more responsibilities than only dealing with fires. The civil defense is required to rescue people from under the rubble, on the hospitals, schools, homes, wherever they are.
I
think of the people being targeted as my family, and that moves me to act quickly. Gaza Civil Defense is the emergency team that rescues people after Israeli attacks. Since the beginning of the genocide, at least 139 of its members have been killed. My name is Abdullah Mohammed. I'm 25 years old. I've been working for the civil defense for 5 years. I've lived through several escalations and 2 wars since I joined the civil defense. But this has been the bloodiest and one filled with the most horrific, painful sights.
Just imagine your home was bombed and you're stuck under the rubble and the civil defense is coming to rescue you.
During one of our missions in Al-Shati camp, there was a sound of a child whimpering, so I kept following the whimpering sound. I was digging for 6 hours and suddenly the sound stopped. I took turns with my colleagues to dig here and there, finally got to the child. This is the foot of a small child, but unfortunately, his face and vitals show that he suffocated to death from lack of oxygen. Jesus fucking Christ. Try to pull him. Abdallah, hold his arm.
Imagine being 6 hours or 7 hours under the rubble calling them. And then when they hear you from under the rubble, and then they start rescuing you, but using only their hands.
The hours and effort we spent were not a problem, but it's so hard to get a dead child because you didn't have proper equipment. Israel has blocked entry of rescue equipment into Gaza, repeatedly targeting bulldozers and other vehicles. This is the car. This mallet I remember during one of the missions. This is not the original handle. It broke, so we got a piece of wood from the street and we attached it to it. This is the equipment we have. This is the mattock. We have a mallet. If you look at us, if I were to describe anyone in the world, the equipment used, they might not believe it, but the cameras can show Our situation is heartbreaking, honestly. This is a brutal war, and there have been many incidents, but some moments are carved in the memory and are hard to forget. One of those was when a home was targeted and there was a child between his parents. His parents were dead, but he couldn't see them. His mother was behind holding him, only his father's head was visible. So the kid asked me, hold on. His mother was behind him holding him, only his father's head was visible. He had his hand on top of his father's head. So the kid asked me where his parents were, and if he had just turned around, he'd have seen his mother. No matter how strong one is, no matter how much we've seen, at the end of the day, we're humans with feelings and compassion. So to be honest, I hid my tears. I didn't want to show the kid I was defeated. What would I say to him? So I got myself together, continued to lift the child's spirits until I pulled him out. Civil defense crews are still working on putting out this fire with limited resources. It's a huge fire, as you can see. Abdullah and the civil defense team are at the scene of a school shelter after it was bombed by Israel.
Today, the Israeli army bombed a very crowded school, killing 40 people. 3 of them were my cousins. Children among them.
I can't.
The family was trapped in the class while it was burning for 43 minutes. 3 of them died, passed in front of them, burning. I spent the whole day between the medical tents, being called field hospitals. Trying to find medicine, doctors, nurses.
The Israeli army has systematically targeted rescue workers and first responders. On March 23rd, 2025, paramedic Rafia Radwan filmed his last moments as Israel shot and killed him and 14 other rescuers.
This video is the last thing found in Rifat al-Radwan phone.
They are on the ground. They are on the ground. Faster, faster. Jesus fucking Christ. Allah, accept me as a martyr and forgive me. Forgive me, Mother, for this is the path I chose to help people. We saw the video by chance and watched how our colleagues were handcuffed. Their bodies were desecrated and they were executed. And we heard the voice recording of one of the paramedics breathing his last moments. It was a difficult sight.
This also shows why Israel is targeting our staffs and our men. It's because these men are doing what no one is doing and can do. They're rescuing the Palestinians and standing against the genocide.
Eat shit, peasants!
Yo, Salty Kami, thank you for gifting one. Really appreciate you. And just like that, we hit the subby goal. I'm gonna try to get through this. And then we'll take another music break and a dabby. Wanted to show appreciation. It's pretty tough to watch, so I'm probably gonna dip, but much love and free Palestine. Yeah, no, this is a rough one. Like, I did not know this was gonna be so hard.
Standing really strongly, even after everything they've been through.
الآن بعد ما شفنا هذا الفيديو تقريبا بنص ساعة فقط إجت إشارة إنه نروح على شرق الشجاعية. الآن في منطقة توغل شجاعية، هي منطقة توغل، رغم كل اللي صار، رغم الاستهدافات المتكررة ورغم القصف المتعمد والقتل المتعمد والتنكيل بالجثث، إلا إنه كانت يعني عزيمتنا قوية، وإنه كانت لا المضي قدما في إنه ننقذ الأرواح.
Israel knows that the civil defense officer in Gaza Strip is our first defense line against this killing machine, is our hero. And despite it violates the international laws and the Geneva Conventions, Israel is still bombing the civil defense crews and vehicles, either on their missions to rescue other people, or even while they are only in their station.
No. No, 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 no. Encoded, you are not with me. You are not my comrade. You are not an ally. You are a bigot.
تخيل الجرم الاسرائيلي لوين؟ مداوم اسرائيل بيرموا اخوته عليه بيقولوا له الصواب. وين قاعدين؟ وين بالضبط؟
Can you guys read the captions? Because this has just been real hard. Can you guys see those? Okay, or should I keep reading it out? Because it's getting kind of hard for me. Okay, cool. Thanks, guys.
طب ماشي سيارة الإنقاذ وين؟ من وين نخش لهم شبابنا؟ هدواك كارم هدواك كارم هدواك كارم هدواك كارم طلعناهم كلهم ثلاث أربع شهداء ثلاثة بس والله حمل لك وشي ايه تروحش على المدرسة
No, 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 no.
يا اسماعيل اخلي الشباب اللي عندك في العجل سيبهم سيبهم يا كارم ليش تسيبهم ليش تسيبهم سبحان شالقيت
To carry out rescue missions, international aid and rescue teams must first get Israeli army approval.
نص ساعة الشغل بنعمل اللازم منه اما هيك نضل بظبطش انا بلغته 15 شهيد واكثر من 10 اصابات.
Even when they coordinate with the Israeli authorities, the civil defense team is often targeted in secondary strikes. Why is it that we can't talk about them, meaning the Jews, having control of big institute and influencing people with those institutions like the tax department? Because that's an anti-Semitic conspiracy. That's why. I don't tolerate that in my chat. So, yeah, no, he's a straight anti-Semite. That's what's up. Like, just a fucking Nazi over here. Like literally, like, we're watching footage of the Israeli government murdering civil defense workers, and you're like, oh, the Jews raised my taxes. No, bitch, they didn't. The capitalists did. Capitalism is what you're mad at, not the Jews.
منطقة عمرها فاضي. أبو خليل عمل تنسيق يا أخو. الكويت فوق. واشتغلوا تحت قاعدين، اضبطي.
5 دقايق أنا بدي جرايد لغاية 5 دقايق. اخلي! أنا شباب الدفاع المدني لسه موجودين. ما بقدرش أخاطر بحدا. اصبر. ما دام انت رنيت وبتقول انت معني بشباب الدفاع المدني خلاص خليك واقف لحدش ما اطلع شباب الدفاع المدني. اطلع يا عم من هان، عم اطلع من هان، تكسر المربع كله، اطلع من هان.
كما تشاهدون الان طائرات الاحتلال الان ستقوم بالاغاره على المكان نفسه، وما زالوا متواجدين رجال الدفاع المدني في المكان.
عن طواقم الدفاع المدني انا يا ولد تعال فشي دقيقة واحدة خليك أنا معاك. يا إسماعيل اطلع من المكان يا إسماعيل يا شباب
في واحد عايش كلمنا معاه بس بدنا نعمل فتحه، بدنا تنسيق له، مش عارفين لان الكويت فوقينا بالضبط بينه وبينه مترين. عايش حكيتوا معاه؟ عايش حكينا معاه بس مش قادرين ندخل له من شده الوضع هنا، صعوبه المكان. تمام؟ كاطا مش رحمن ولا 16 ما راحش رحمن، المدفعين مش رحمن بنشتغل. في كثير يجي واحد يزعج يا راجل. هاي الطبو. هاي ابو العبد مع الضابط، ابو العبد على الجوال. بس قلنا له في واحد قلنا جوا نطلع مش راضي. تقول له في حدا عايش، يقول له اصبر لك نص ساعه. مش راهية الحرب طلع. حركوا السيارة واطلعوا.
In the previous rescue mission, we've heard the civil defense yelling at Smain, urging him to leave the school immediately. The school was still under bombing while Smain was trying to rescue two of his brothers along with other injured people inside the school. You need to know the other part of the story. Those two brothers were just young men, normal men. They are not civil defense, and they were trying to rescue the people, the injured people from inside the school. And they were bombed and injured inside. Mu'taz and Mu'tasim, Smain's brothers, are unfortunately severely injured and paralyzed, and they need urgent medical evacuation.
أول شيء الاستهداف كان في السابق كان مجموعة من المواطنين كانوا ساكنين داخل المدرسة. من ضمن الشباب اللي
It is, Jerem. But like, it's not just the IOF. There is massive coordination between the United States military, the United States police departments, the UK military, and its intelligence operations all work alongside the IOF. These tactics that we're seeing being used on the Palestinian people will be used here. This is a playbook.
اللي راحوا عادي كطبيعة أهل غزة إنه بشوفوا إصابات وشهداء بروح بطلعوهم. كانوا إخوة إلي 2 راحوا يشوفوا المكان يطلعوا الشهداء والإصابات. فصار استهداف تاني وكان من ضمن الإصابات إخوة التنين وكانوا موجودين في مكان الحدث. إحنا توجهنا كدفاع مدني للمكان، صار استهداف ثالث للمكان، فإحنا ما قدرناش نعمل الإصابات في وقتها في لحظتها إشي. يعني تقدمنا زي ما بيقولوا بالمنظر إنه ما قدرناش نشوف الشهداء والإصابات وما نقدرش نعمل حاجة. كان الشاب
No. Encoded. I'm surprised you're still here. Israel is a state, right? Israel is what controls AIPAC. It has nothing to do with Jewish people. And the United States government being corrupt isn't the fault of Jewish people. Like, it's been that way since its inception. Yeah, it has literally nothing to do with the Jews. Like, that's just anti-Semitic talking points. Israel is a genocidal ethno state that needs to be dismantled. But like, it has nothing to do with the Jewish people or people of the Jewish faith. I don't think I could be any clearer about this. Oh shit, that's a hornet. Hold on. Alright, crisis averted. Kept that fucker outside. But it was like, there's a way for bugs to climb like up through my screen and into the inside of my window paneling if I have it open. So like, I saw a hornet and I was like, I gotta close that fucking window. Right, meow. I think he's on the outside. Yeah. Okay. Fuck you, put your stinger away, you fucking creep. Ugh. Okay, we're almost done with this video, and then we're gonna do another music break and a smoko break, and what time is it? 3. Okay. Oh, this is so heartbreaking. Yep, I have old ass windows in my apartment, yeah. These are actually like some of the newer ones, but like there's still a way for bugs to get in some fucking how. Like, I don't know. Alright, let's finish this up.
من ضمن الشباب جاء اتصال من الجيش الإسرائيلي إنه المكان حينضرب مرة رابعة.
أنا هاي المدرسة على مرأى العين يا أخو. أنا المدرسة على مرأى العين. مش ملاقي طواقم الدفاع المدني. يوسف! طيب إن شاء الله بيكونوا شردوا. بدي أرجع إجراء شوف وصل السيارة من المكان الثاني.
فساعتها لو صار نداء الصراخ يا إسماعيل اتقدمش يا إسماعيل.
يا إسماعيل! يا شباب! يا إسماعيل!
حتى كانت يعني مهمة خطرة جدا، حتى الشباب كانوا بده يخاطبوا أرواحهم من أجل انتشال الشهداء والإصابات، مش عشان إخواتي، عشان هذا طبيعة شغلنا، إحنا بنروح على أماكن خطر بنقدم أرواحنا عشان ننقذ أرواح وعشان نسعف المصابين اللي يكونوا موجودين. عندك معتصم يوم استهداف
Both of his brothers are now paralyzed from the waist down.
في المدرسة عنده شظية في الدماغ، وزي ما قلت لك عنده إصابة في العمود الفقري مأثر على الحبل الشوكي. الدكتور طلب منا اللي هو عملية تثبيت فقرات توسيع قناة شوكية، وهذه العملية عملية خطرة صعب انها تنعمل داخل غزة لأنه الإمكانيات صعبة جدا، والدكاترة انت بتعرفي استهدفوا الكادر الطبي بشكل كبير، وبطل في دكاترة انها تقدر تقدم الخدمات للمصابين. واخوي معتز بنفس الشغله، عنده شلل نصفي، ما يقدروش يقفوا على رجليهم ولا يقدروا يتحركوا على رجليهم. هاي اللي بطلب بس انه احنا نقدر نقدم اليد العونه لهم، نطلعهم للعلاج بالخارج، لكن انت عارف الحصار داخل غزه ما فيش حد مش اصابات بتطلع، فالمصاب اللي بضلوا داخل غزه بموت جوا غزه.
Holy fuck, that was rough. I don't know that I can get through the next little bit of this, guys. I'll be honest with you. How we doing, YouTubes? How you doing, YouTubes? How you doing, Kick? I asked YouTube specifically because I might end the YouTube stream and go back to some music on Kick. Yeah, that was real rough. I don't know. I do have some slightly lighter stuff that we can move on to, but I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I don't know what I want to do yet, though. Yeah, it's been good, Joker, but it's been 4 hours of heavy fucking Palestine content, and like the next segment we have is the Electronic Intifada's headlines from last week. And that's always heavy. And it's just like straight, hard-hitting, heavy-ass news for like 20 minutes. But you guys should come over to Kick. Consider it. Nightbot so slow. There you go. So yeah, follow me over on Kick, you guys. It's free to make an account. And there's no ads. Like, it's actually like it's pretty great. Kick is pretty good. No, it's really not that scary. I mean, like, you don't have to wander to other streamers, you know what I mean? Like, you don't have to like, oh, I started watching Adrienne Vixen on Kick, and now I'm watching fucking Aiden Ross and Destiny. Like, no, you don't have to do that. Don't love the mobile app, but it's cool on PC. Sure, I get that, Mono. It definitely has some problems on the mobile app for sure. But so did Twitch. Twitch's mobile app sucked too. No, Germ. Oh, this fucking troll's still here. Okay, hold on. From the ghetto to Gaza, bitch. Bang for my flag. Alright, what the fuck did you just say? Hold on. I'm just curious how if any Muslim do anything, everyone starts to criticize Islam. But when most of the Jews are literally supporting Israel, if someone said anything about Jews, they become anti-Semitic. Yeah, it's bigoted to be to lump Muslims into a monolith when Arab states do something too. Like, that's also a bigoted take. One bigotry doesn't excuse another. Yeah, Seth, exactly. We were like right on the same wavelength there. All right, y'all. Yeah, like bigoted takes, man. They're everywhere. What do you know? That doesn't make them okay. It looks somewhat centered, yeah. All right, YouTube. I think I'm gonna peace out on YouTube so I can listen to some music. Thank you all for the likes. Thank you for the new subscribers. Thank you guys for engaging with me and enjoying some political content. I will try to do it more often. Because there's a lot that we need to talk about. And I'm happy to... Yes! Thank you both, JT, LTFV. Thanks, Joker, and Mono. Everybody who wants to stay on YouTube, go over to LT9K and tell them I sent you. I don't know if I can raid him, but we were definitely gonna do this like soft raid. Where if y'all want to go, don't want to come over to Kick, I want you to go to LT9K. Yeah, it was a good stream, wasn't it? It was a good stream. I was engaged. I had good points. We had some trolls. It was a good stream. Thank you, moderators. Everybody thank the mods. We could not do this without them. Alien HD, Moanoa, Joker, Soul Life, if you're still here. But thank you for all your work today. And LT9K, of course. Lurking over there. Let's go. All right. Well, let me see. Where's the link? I just pinned it. I want to open that up. Yeah, thank you, Mona. I'm like, yeah, spam the shit out of that. I pinned it, but all right. Got a like. Got in live chat. What's LT9K doing? With his accent.
Ending her stream, and I've seen one of my wonderful mods over there, Mono, linking them to me. So we're about to get a raid soon. Let me go back and read these comments.
Let me see if I can raid.
Speaking of, it scares me when Soul Life mods whilst driving. Yeah, it's actually scary.
I do have 12 people here. Let's see if I can.
Never mod while driving.
Never mod while driving. Good advice. Let me see if I can figure this out real quick. Page dashboard, channel level settings. No. Yeah, it might actually be channel settings. No. So that's cool. They have. Oh, wow. Overlays for breaks? Interesting, that's new. Live stream. Manage. How do you fucking raid over here, man? How do you do it? Stream settings? Audio stream bitrate is currently lower. Interesting. I didn't know how to set my audio bitrate. Like, share it? What the fuck? That's not what I want to do. I don't know. Y'all, I'll go over to LT9K. I can't figure out how to raid. All right. Y'all just go over there, say what's up. Soft raid. Much love. Thank you all on the YouTubes for hanging out with me, and I will see you soon. But hey, if you're not hanging out on YouTube's, BCat! Yes, I rated him in spirit. I tried. I don't know where the setting is or where the button is. I can't find it. They don't make it as easy as they do on the other sites. Yeah, we about to end on the YouTubes. Alotata, thank you. Thank you again for the dono. Thank you, Mo Noah. Thank you, Germ. B-Cat. Good to see you. Thank you, Joker. Yep. Everyone head over to Kick. We're going to be smoking and listening to some tunes. So I will see you guys on the flip side, and we'll do this again. Probably, I'll try to do another one next week. Fridays seem to be decent because there's this space I don't think is on Fridays right now. So it's probably a good time for me to do it. I do like doing politics on a Monday because there's always fresh news. But yeah. All right. When we get out of this bitch, so I can get into some other bitch. What? All right. I love you, YouTubes. I love and hate you. It's a love-hate relationship.